virus is spreading rapidly in China, and U.S. officials are very worried that it could come here. China has more than 200 confirmed cases of coronavirus, it's called, which produces pneumonia-like symptoms.
To get it to be low enough.
Cooked flash.
Scooby is flashed. The pad's getting punched. The code's getting punched in. Novius does it under the flash on Scooby.
Unbelievable.
Oh my, that made toss.
He's just telling everyone to come in.
Oh, the blind fire through the window. That's 2 down. Time push here from Questcomers. They're applying at all the right angles. Melted and Mad Hatter pretty drawn into this side now. Melted can swing. Is it too late? No, it's not. It's just in time.
Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. I am your caster, Noman with a 4, and I'm here with a whole panel of people in the Season 10 pre-show for the semifinals for Onward. I don't even know where to begin, but I'm going to begin with introducing my caster friends. So, the man in video to my right, to my immediate right, Mr. NightFiree with 2 E's. How are you today, buddy?
I am excelente. I am very much looking forward to the culmination of a fantastic season. I can't wait to get into it.
Absolutely. And then joining us by voice, but not by video, because too much beauty on one scene. OBS can't handle it. It just crashes. So, Sleepy with 2 3s. My friend, how are you?
Well, after that flattering intro, I'm doing much better this morning, but I am excited. It's semis time. This is where the action really turns up, and I'm happy to be here today to help bring that to the folks at home.
We are sharing that with you. And then finally joining us again after a brief hiatus, but has to be here. I mean, the man who's probably seen more Onward casts than, well, maybe second most casts of all time, Mr. TFH. How you doing, Todd?
Yeah, the race to NightFiree and the amount of cast that I've done has taken a bit of a hiatus, so I think he definitely has the lead on that front. But I'm happy to be here and to kind of see the culmination of what has been a pretty chaotic season. As a matter of fact, a lot of these teams here, I am just actually very surprised they've gotten this far, but I'm delightfully surprised at that.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about there. We got a lot to unpack, but I'm going to have NightFiree take us through the structured, the walkthrough of what's happened so far and what we got coming up. Go ahead, NightFiree.
Yeah, me and structure. We'll see how that goes. But let's kick things off. What everyone is here for: $15,000 in prizing, over 3,500 and or over 3,000 in cash for the winning team here. On top of that, right, we got a smorgasbord of prizes. The winning team is going to come out with a completely decked out VR kit. We got Pro 2 merchandise, we got VR cover kits, we got HyperX Cloud Alpha headsets, we got B-Haptics X40 vests for everybody on the team. We got Rebuff Reality battery packs, we got Cyber Shoes and the Cyber Carpet, we got personalized jerseys, Asterion products. It goes all the way down. It is the full kit for VR getting delivered to these winning teams. A lot to play for on the line here. Second place is also, second and third are really competing for quite a bit too. So these semis do matter. Second place getting over $1,300 in cash prizing. Third place getting over $700. So this is the most amount of money, the most amount of prizing we've ever offered, and it has been quite a long road to get to where we are now in the semifinals. We started with Challenger Cup A and Challenger Cup B. Essentially, any team at rank 8 and below is able to compete in that Challenger Cup. And I mean, Noman, how many teams did we have in that Challenger Cup? I think it was over.
It was about 40, 41.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A huge amount of teams getting together there to play. We saw a large range of skill, a large diverse range of skill there. But ultimately, ALG coming out on top there, looking very good. But we had concerns, right? They were going into round robin stage. And when in that round robin stage, we had ranks 2, 3, 6, and 7 in Group A, and then we had ranks 1, 4, and 5 in Group B, and that's where ALG went. And they managed to push through a very, very tough round robin group stage, and are now going with Mayhem, Beginners, and Boss Fight to our semifinals, which is where we're at today. The 4 best teams in Season 10. I am so excited for these matchups today. I mean, Noman, give me just an overall impressions of what we've seen sort of in Season 10, how this whole tournament has fancied you.
Yeah, I mean, it has been like you said, a wild ride. We've had a lot of ups and downs. We had, a major version change in the game folks have been playing, so we had huge meta shifts over the course of the last, 6, 7, 8 weeks of the season.
Yep.
We had teams, kind of rise and fall quickly in rankings throughout the regular season. We've seen, obviously we're missing the likes of Globochem, right?
Yep.
It's changed the season up in a big way. It's almost like a who's who of what would happen if Globochem didn't participate, right?
Yep.
So, Mayhem taking that number 2 spot in the number 1 spot in the NA, number 2 overall worldwide is well deserved. I mean, a team that has always given top teams a run for their money. Boss Fight, never surprised to see them. Actually, very happy to see them up in the top. And then you gotta love the representation of ALG, an upstart team, more or less. It's got some veterans in it, but you love to see an underdog story in your semifinals. And then, of course, Beginners should go without saying. So, I mean, it's been a wild ride. I've really been enjoying it.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic bit of just to see the skill range. I want to first talk about the 2 teams that we're going to be initially jumping into here today, and for those that may have been watching and tuning in to this whole Challenger Cup and everything building up to it, this is where your games are going to be today, right here on Venues, on this Twitch channel, over on Facebook, on YouTube. There's no other channels live today, so you're going to want to stay here and catch all the action. The first game of the day is going to be Mayhem versus Beginners, and I want to dive into this and get everyone's thoughts on what we're going to see today. And Sleepy, I'll start with you and your thoughts on this matchup. I mean, what do you sort of anticipate we're going to see today?
It's an interesting one for us to start with, in my opinion, NightFiree, simply because it's 2 varying styles of teams. They've become a little bit more similar in recent seasons, with Beginners starting to kind of vary their pacing versus older style Beginners play. And Mayhem has always been one that has taken a bit longer and even had some issues with timing on objectives on the larger maps in their earlier seasons. I think they've tightened that up quite a bit, so they're a lot less problematic with that, but I have seen it still here and there recently. So it's hard to tell what we'll really see, but I'm expecting a good matchup. I'm expecting Mayhem might try and shake things up. I'm sure they've looked over all the tape from last weekend, where Beginners were playing up against some really tough opponents. So we'd be seeing, you would have been seeing Beginners at some of their highest tier games. And, James Boak, their team captain, or I guess co-captain now officially, is a methodical person, is a very thoughtful person when it comes to planning out their tactics and knowing his enemy and knowing his team, as are the rest of them. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure I could really give you a prediction on who would come out on top at the moment, but I do know it'll be a good matchup.
We'll save that,
yeah. This isn't, hey, good to note, this isn't the elimination phase just yet. The losing team here certainly is going to lose out on the opportunity to take that first or second place prizing, but the 2 losing teams here out of the semis then go and battle it out tomorrow, first thing, and basically compete for that 3rd place. So they're not quite out of it if they lose today, but it's certainly, they're definitely not competing in that finals matchup. Todd, I mean, I know you haven't seen probably a ton of Mayhem, but I know you know how Beginners play. I mean, when you look at this Beginners roster, who do you see as maybe somebody as a top threat, or is there any real standout player? Because Beginners, to me, seem to be one of the most rounded teams.
Well, yeah, the beginners are probably one of the most experienced teams in all the playoffs that we have available here, along
Yeah.
with Boss Fight as well. But
True.
they do have a couple of fresh faces on their side. They have Sturjack and Paz, who are both very veteran players as well, but they're not as veteran as the rest of the beginners crew. But from a perspective of how are they going to play, I don't think they're going to change a single thing. They have a system that works for them very well. It's a very fine-tuned machine. It's gotten them this far, even in a very chaotic update. I think they're just going to stick to what they know best and dominate that way.
Yeah, it's certainly not an easy game one for Mayhem, going up against the best EU team. And honestly, I mean, like we've been saying, the #1 ranked team in the VRML for, I think, all of Season 10. I don't think they ever lost that ranking. It isn't going to be easy. One thing I do want to sort of point out is we're definitely going to see some drones today, right? I mean, both Mayhem and beginners have been throwing those drones out on defense and offense. I mean, we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled, Noman, on the beginners' defense because they've really been throwing a lot of drones out.
Yeah, the usage of that Volk drone, since its release, let's say, has been it's so interesting to watch, and as hard as it is to find for us casters, it definitely does a lot of finding for the players. They found creative spots for it. They found creative ways to use it. It's got a lot of advantages. It was one of those things that when it was released, I was like, oh, this is going to change the way people play. And I think this is finally, once you start to see a top team using it, is when you start to see the other teams using it, right? I think this beginners, this big push in the postseason, because we're watching them so much and because they're using it so much, means that next season, watch out. There's going to be Volk drones on every corner from most teams. So I think it's going to make for some really interesting meta shifts. And we haven't seen the Marsoc drone as much, but if we're going to see it, it's going to be in these two matchups today.
Yeah, absolutely. Our second matchup of the day, definitely worth also talking about. It is going to be an interesting one. ALG versus Boss Fight. And Sleepy, I mean, the story of ALG this season has been spectacular. To see them come through as a new team, bring in veteran players, and then bolster their roster. I mean, what are your thoughts on how they've been playing so far?
Well, from what I've seen, both in the regular season and here in the postseason, they are on fire. I mean, it's really been tough to stop them. I haven't seen any, abuse of any mechanics or anything like that that one would normally suspect when you see such a new team performing so well. Even against teams like the beginners, we saw them doing really well, even against them in that last round of the tournament. So it's hard to say. ALG, I think they're going to perform well today, but I'm also wondering if the other teams who played against them in the previous groups are going to step it up and maybe play differently. Maybe they weren't giving it their all in the previous stages.
Right.
Maybe beginners knew as long as they put in, X amount of effort, they were going to be able to make it into the semis round where they can then really turn on the heat and start shining and push their way into the finals. So it's really hard to tell. There's a lot of tacticians and a lot of planners on each one of these teams. It's really hard to tell if it's just mind games that they've been playing with each other or if they've been giving it 110% and ALG's just been kind of getting a false sense of security. But that's not to take away from how ALG has been performing, because you can tell by their record from this season that they are doing well. Again, we saw a little bit of coordination issues with them here and there, but that's a new team issue. That's something that can be refined as more time is spent playing with one another. And hell, by the time they're done playing all the countless hours of this postseason, they might be ready to go by Season 11. So hard to say, but I think they're going to do well here today still. Yeah,
and I mean, you said it. These teams do a lot of research. And Todd, I mean, the Boss Fight team, they've been around for so long. They like you said, they have so much experience. There's no way that they're going to be. I mean, at least in my mind, I don't see them being surprised by ALG's playstyle. I would think they'd at least do their homework.
Yeah, Boss Fight have been around. They've been to LAN events. They've seen it all when it comes to Onward glory. But ALG, on the other hand, they're brand new to this whole thing. I think this is the first time that they've ever been in something where there's stuff at stake here. So that's a whole new factor when it comes to the mindset of the player, the individual per se, rather than the whole team coordination. We've seen ALG play together as a team and dominate as a team. But when do these cracks start to form here? That is the question that we're going to see here this week if they do form.
So it gets me so excited about this stage, the semifinals, the championship. It's been a fantastic season of Onward spectating. I know there's had, like Sleepy said, the game has certainly had its hiccups. There's been some issues with some updates, but it has been still so fun to watch. With smokes not being a factor, teams have really innovated on strategy. C4 not being available, you see drones replacing that sort of lack of coverage that C4 offered. It's really been fun to watch the adjustments in strategy that all of these teams have been making, and I don't think that's stopping. To your point, Sleepy, this is definitely going to be. I think we're going to see some new stuff. I would be surprised if Mayhem didn't try something new. I'd be surprised if beginners weren't putting out some new Volk drone positions. I'd be surprised if ALG didn't go with that 5-man push up the middle. It's going to be some wild stuff. Teams are going to take risks, and it's going to be with a lot on the line. I cannot wait for it, and I want to get the real brass tacks of it all. And we can't predict. I'll save predictions on who's going to really win it all for tomorrow. A reminder that the two losers here today will be facing off the same start time as today, 10 a.m. PST, and they will be facing off for that third place match. And then we will have the finals immediately after that, with a little bit of a pre-show for the finals as well. So you're going to want to tune in, but I want to get everyone's thoughts and opinions on who is going to come out on top of their matchups today. So, Noman, I'll go to you. Mayhem and Beginners, who's going to win? ALG and Boss Fight, who's going to win?
These are tough choices. I'm going to keep it brief. I'm just going to use my my divining powers. I'm going to say Beginners and Boss Fight. I think we're going to go back to an old style championship with all EU. I'm going all EU this time. You know what? They wore me down. Yeah.
Wow. What a fall from grace. No, for Noman. Sleepy, your predictions. Who's going to win Mayhem Beginners? Who's winning ALG Boss Fight?
Well, you know what? No matter what I say here, I'm gonna catch some flack. But I think I'm gonna flip off my old buddy Noman there and go all NA and go Mayhem and Aimless. I'm really liking how Aimless has been playing. They're up against Boss Fight this afternoon, and Boss Fight has been a little shaky without some of their players being consistent. So, yeah, I'm gonna go Mayhem and Boss Fight. Or Mayhem and Aimless.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Your mind's telling you something else, Sleepy. It's
Freudian
tells
slip.
Me I love Boss Fight, but I'm thinking with my head here. So it's Mayhem and Aimless, full NA.
Okay. Wow, quite the differing opinions. I'm getting so the excitement levels are really starting to build up here. Todd, your predictions? Who's coming out on Game 1 and Game 2?
I'll just keep it short and brief. I would love to see Mayhem be able to at least progress further up. And of course, I think Beginners, just being from a practical sense, Beginners are just one of those uncrackable forces. Only Globochem can really get into them in the finals or in end of season play. So I think Beginners are definitely going to be a strong force in this.
Okay. What about the ALG Boss Fight game?
Yeah, you just trying to skirt away from that, or what?
Yeah, I saw you trying to duck us.
I thought we were predicting who would progress on here, but ALG Boss Fight. ALG have been doing so well, but compared to the end of season experience and just the sheer camaraderie that Boss Fight have, that's going to be a really tough cookie to crack.
A little tidbit. I do believe they're going to be. I don't know if they're going to be down Radar, but I know Radar is currently traveling. So if he's not going to be there,
they are down, man. Yeah, they are down a Radar. So. NightFiree, how does that affect your prediction, though? I'm not gonna let you get out of here.
Louise,
we got literally 1 minute before we got to throw. So
now we're trying to skirt predictions here.
I think I'm gonna go Beginners ALG. I'll spice it up. I'll take a little bit of column A and column B.
You go 50-50 on it. Perfect. Well,
wise man.
That is our pre-show little tidbits for you there, folks. But the clock is striking 10 minutes till, which means we need to, go do the magic that is bringing all this Onward stuff to you guys. So we're gonna take ourselves roughly a 10-minute intermission. We should be back pretty soon with the first matchup of the day, which is going to be Beginners in Mayhem. But this has been me, NightFiree, Sleepy, and TFH bringing you guys the pre-show. Don't go too far. We will be back in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Onward VR Master League Season 10 semifinals. I am your caster, Noman with a 4. Joining me is NightFiree by video on my right, and then joining us by voice in the analyst seat is our good friend Sleepy. Boys, we have got some stuff to get into. I'm not even going to let you introduce yourselves because we got to get right into this matchup between Beginners and Mayhem. So, NightFiree, let's take folks through the bans first. What do we got on the ban front?
Coming in from Mayhem, we have Suburbia. And coming in from Beginners, we have Cargo. And, you know, when you look at these teams, Mayhem, Beginners, it's interesting that we're banning the close quarters maps first. It doesn't really surprise me. You know, their play style definitely is more of that involving, you know, utilizing the full time of a round, utilizing all 5 minutes, working themselves all into good positions, and then collapsing in the last minute and a half to at max onto that objective. I feel like maps like, now that are available, Quarantine, Downfall, Bazaar, those all typically lead more into that sort of play style. So it doesn't surprise me that we have these two close quarters off the table.
Yeah, that's I think a pretty standard fare for these teams these days. I mean, I don't think I've seen Suburbia played more than once or twice in the postseason. Yeah, at least I feel like, you know, I know some teams have chosen it, but it has been an often banned map, and Cargo as well is just one of those, like, you know, what I call a coin toss map. Let's I'll ask Sleepy about his thoughts here in just a second, but let's get the first map choice on the board in case these teams want to start out from under us. The first map we're playing on is Quarantine, boys. I mean, you know, what can be better? It's like a morning cup of coffee to have the first map be Quarantine. Thoughts, Sleepy, on this map choice and those bans?
Love this map choice. Not technically surprised by those map bans, considering these two teams excel in a little bit of range and a little bit of space to be able to maneuver. So I can't say that I'm surprised that we're favoring the longer and mid-range maps here in this matchup. And I'm excited to see what each team has for Quarantine. I think both of these teams are very strong here. The coordination very good on both sides. Have seen a little bit of timeout issues in the past from Mayhem here. But I'm expecting them to have gotten that into check, and we're probably looking at a very solid back and forth here. I'm going to say we'll go 7 rounds in this first map.
7-round prediction from Sleepy. NightFiree. You tend to agree? I don't know.
I don't know what to. Yeah, I think it's probably the safer bet here. You know, the odds of either one of these teams going for something crazy, going for a cap, anything like that in this first map, I feel are limited. It almost, you know, is like you said, a feeler map sort of. You know, they picked this Quarantine here just to get each other, a sense of how each other is going to play. It gives you the best idea in terms of range and close quarters, what you're going to get. It's the most diverse. Easily one of my favorite maps to watch, and I'm really excited that it's going to be the first one here today. It does leave other maps open. You know, Subway still on the plate here. Bazaar, Downfall. I'm excited. I'm getting excited for the next map already, but it's.
Yeah, pump the brakes. We got so much Onward. There's going to be a ton today, ladies. I mean, we've got, so this is and I don't know that we went through formats, right? So the format sort of increase as time goes on. So Challenger Cup is a 1-map series. Round Robins ends up being a 2-map, so not a best of 2, but everybody plays 2, and then you get the aggregate of scores. And then, of course, in the semis round, it is basically a full match of Onward. So you play your 3 maps, you play all 3 maps, but in this case, it is winner take all. So it does not matter whether or not they score. At least, not that I'm aware of. But I think we do still keep track of it in brackets. Generally speaking, I don't think it's ever come down to any sort of tiebreaker in any of our semifinal series. It has almost always been a very decisive series. So. I don't know. I don't know that I think I'm going to swing into my prediction. I'm going to really lean into it heavy this time. And I'm going to say I think Beginners are going to take map 1 here. I want to say 4-2. I think Mayhem will put up a couple points, but I don't know. I tend to favor Beginners on Quarantine because I feel like almost every time I've bet against them on it, they come out and surprise me with some wicked new plays. You know what I mean? They're the team that I feel like every time I watch them, there's something brand new that they bring to the table. It's one of the things that having that playtime and that experience seems to really bring forth in them. So that's going to be my thought here.
I'm thinking about this map pick, and it's starting to, the more I dwell on it, I think it's smart by Mayhem. like Sleepy was saying in the pre-show, these teams do their homework. They watch the VODs. They've watched beginners playing on Suburbia in that round robin, and they watched the drone use. They saw what was going on there and how effective it was. So the ban actually from Suburbia probably leaning more along that line because they know how dangerous they can be there. Subway, I think, is probably where beginners are going to pick their second map, to be honest, which is kind of crazy for me to say that. But I think this map, Quarantine, it's not going to allow a lot of drone usage on the Volk side. I don't see it being a huge element here. Maybe it can cover a west lane, to some extent, but, I wonder how beginners are going to defend here, and if it's going to be as effective as maybe they showed on maps like Suburbia.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the other interesting thing about this map too is, this specific iteration of this map is that they have got one of the newest objectives. They have got the plain fuselage objective, which is not a well-practiced one for a lot of teams, right? You don't get to pick your objectives when you practice. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. We're gonna take it into gameplay though, because it looks like the teams are ready to get underway. Round 1, kicking off with beginners on the defense, Mayhem on the offense. So this would then be a Mayhem map choice. This would be an offensive push for Mayhem on the first round, and let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. We are underway in the semifinals of Season 10.
I can't believe we're here. It's my legs have been. I've had a nervous bounce all day today. Woods here getting a nice lane down. Shots coming out, just missing the cross, but they know the spawn now. A few more shots going a bit wide as he makes his way across the street. And now beginners have to adjust their defense, and you already see Killinger making his moves. Strange Egg also pushing up there to get that 2-story.
Yeah, they have spread nice and wide this defense. Take a look at the overhead map. I mean, 2 straight lines. This is like the Confederate and the Union armies coming at each other, Except they're not waiting for the whites of the eyes. They're taking the shots as quickly as they can. It's beautiful to see, right? You see these coordinated teams with their game plans. It's so beautiful. It kind of brings a tear to the eye of like, two such well-practiced teams going at it like this. We'll see who gets the first pick of the day.
I think the attention is going to be focused up in the north as shots do come in from Woods down the center. The north, I think, is where things are going to come, where we're going to see the chips fall because they know the spawn. If you're not familiar with Onward, on each objective there is a few dedicated spawns that Marsoc can spawn at. It's at random, and teams have trained themselves at the start of rounds, if they're defending, to instantly look at these spawn points and see if they can suss out where the enemy team is spawning from. That cross that we saw right at the start of the round indicated to beginners that this was the spawn point for Mayhem over on this side of the map on the north side. And so you should see a heavier defensive focus here up into the north. Monarchid is pushing up onto this rooftop, and I don't think Smoils has ID'd him just yet.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of patience here on the shot. Smoils is going to be the one finding Mono on the rooftop. Nice and easy there as he pops over that green buried crate there in the northwest. He tucked himself in a nice little corner there. He's got the overwatch from Pause. He's going to have to be worried about Wookie here. I'm going to stick around because I have a feeling there's a grenade coming out. There is indeed. The toss is good. A little long, though.
We're around the fence north.
Now Smoils IDs Wookie's position, calls it out.
That was a missed nade, but the props to that toss. This is all physical action. This is Wookie using his hands, his arms. He's throwing that. He's got the finesse of the nade, and he almost places it perfectly onto Smoils. Strajek finds one over here in the south. He might be in trouble, or at least be facing off against Potato Bot, who's also taking up a spot close to him.
Strajek checking all around the roof here, riding along with him, opting to hop off, feeling like he's in danger. He does hear the other member of the offense there, Potato Bot, on the backside. Now he's tucked himself in and under. This is going to be a challenging thing for Potato Bot to know. Yeah, he doesn't, in fact, ID it, but the shots from Stray Jack do not land.
This is crazy. I've never seen that rotation from Strayjack. Killinger's putting rounds out towards Deflate. We're going to have some split battling here going on as Mayhem are trying to collapse in at the same time. They want to split just like they are. This beginner's defense keeping focused on different angles. Killinger is so close to being targeted. But that Strayjack drop-off, I mean, it was so fast, but I've never seen that.
Yeah, they've got that little mattress up there, the little mattress ramp that pushes you up there. Paz, meanwhile, scooping up that Defilade kill as he pushes out into the courtyard. Strayjack nabbing Potato Bot. I mean, the rotations from Strayjack have just been nonstop and on point. He has got the awareness here.
I mean, yeah, that is some... And he's continuing to rotate. He's not afraid to hold down position. Smoil scoops up Wookiee. Beginners with 5 alive lock in their defensive round. That's beginners to a T. Am I right, Sleepy?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. We're seeing them come out of the gate here fairly strong. That defense very solid, and as you guys mentioned, Strayjack with some very clutch rotations in there, and you know, you got to be unorthodox. You got to be ready to surprise some folks here in the postseason, and you got to be able to do that season after season. And beginners have shown in the past, you know, from history, we know that they are able to continue to modify their game to always bring a bit of surprise. And Mayhem are seeing that now. Of course, we see Strayjack and Smoils both kind of with the weight on their shoulders at the moment, with two picks apiece. Paz finding one as well there, as that one member trying to push through. I think that was Monarchid or Defilade trying to push to the rooftop courtyard. But yeah, just well executed there from the beginners. They did a great job at holding a solid defensive line. But you know, I don't think we'll see that'll be the end of Mayhem. You know, for Mayhem, it's a little bit earlier in the day in their time zones, with the exception of James Spoke. Otherwise, though, it's pretty early in the morning in comparison to the EU side for the beginners, where it's already into the evening and afternoon there. So we'll see if the Mayhem crew starts to wake up and warm up here in the next few rounds. But right now, beginners looking like they are off to a solid start.
I just gotta highlight that whole Strayjack maneuver there. He goes up, he puts off that new drop down, and then he's in a new corner. He catches out that rotation, but misses his shots. His choice then is not to stay and defend in the position that he's already fired from, but he drops back, crosses the wall, gets up into the 2-story, and then takes up that fresh angle and catches out the rotation. If he doesn't get that rotation, I mean, there's a very real chance beginners get completely... he could have easily snuck around the back, gone into the back end of the fuselage, and been completely behind that beginner's defense that was heavily invested in defending the north. So just monumental moves there from him to deny that push, and we'll see what they do here as we get into round 2.
Yeah, we've got, I see a Volk drone being dropped out by Wookiee. I'm not going to make the mistake of a caster. He wanted to get it up on the plane wing, but no, nothing on the plane wing for you, Wookiee. You got to ride it nice and low on the ground. And they can't waste time, because beginners got this quick spawn.
They're right here in the hospital building. They are slowly working their way up, covering their angles, checking burning in the middle of 2-story to see if there's any advanced defensive push-up. But it's a bit of it's a very different defensive style here coming in from Mayhem. They have opted to invest in really putting their half moon around the objective. They are not pushing forward, and we'll see if it works. Wookiee IDing some early shots, I think, onto that drone from Smoils, or at the very least suppressing over the head of Wookiee. And so I'm interested to see how beginners approach this, because they still haven't found anybody. They have no identification on anyone's defensive position yet.
Yeah, interesting to note as well. I mean, last round was a complete shutout, right? No losses for beginners and all deaths for Mayhem. It was a 5-0 sweep. And we'll see what Mayhem, I mean, you know, short of a lockout, they're going to start a pretty rough start to this round. To be completely shut out in the first round and then go on defense and not win would be... It does a lot to your morale. I mean, coming into a postseason game and not being able to put points on the board, you know, in the first 2 rounds can be pretty demoralizing. We'll see how they deal with it throughout the day.
Ooh, Killinger takes shots over to that west rooftop and thinks he's down one. So right now they have an inaccurate kill count. Mono is still alive, tucked in there. Killinger just missed the sliver. James finds pause by swinging out that tiny hole in the wall. And now he's got to be careful about the nades coming in that go just a bit short.
Yeah, we're just riding over the shoulder of Killinger here, looking into the courtyard. I mean, James and Potato both. Oh, so much pressure, so much gunfire. It's that classic Smoil suppression that we've seen time and time again with the M249. He loves putting bullets down range, keeping the defense on their toes. Grenades coming out from the defense are short. They're just kind of poking at each other, you know?
Yeah, and James a bit upset with that toss. You know, these guys hold themselves to that high level of gameplay. They, you know, if he's going to go for that throw, he wants it to be perfect, and he knew out of the hand that it wasn't going to be perfect. It's that tactical feel you get in VR when you're throwing these grenades, when you're aiming your rifle. It's so unique to this experience, and it can definitely play an impact. You know,
very close. That one was on the other side of the wall at the feet of James. I mean, like a homing missile. Some of these, some of these shots, and there it is. James with another pick. Smoils trying to cross the street, not finding any love. Here's the third grenade onto James. It's a flash. Does seem to catch him. No, he's still looking. Never mind. No flash for him, and he's going to rotate right into Wookiee's hands. Icy Woods. And just like that, beginners are down to 2. Maybe it'll be a sweep in the other direction. I mean, this is as good as the Onward can get.
Oh, man, the comms coming in from James, they are so focused. You know, these teams are locked in. They seem to be tunneling down onto this south side. I gotta wonder if Deflade's going to still maintain this angle, because Strayjack is pushing up here onto the north.
He just misses him. Strayjack is watching this angle. He's looking for the head of Deflade. I don't think Deflade's gonna spot him out before he gets caught. Oh, but the shots don't land! No, that's not what you want to see. This is not the situation you want to be in if you're Strayjack. You wanted to land those shots. You wanted to get in early. He's gonna try to go for the flash. It's probably a little too short. Killinger, meanwhile, on a tear at the objective. James Boak shutting it down now with 3v1. There it is. Mono rushes the hill, surprising everybody, including the casters, and finding that pick to end the series. But holy cow, I can't believe we missed what Killinger. At least I missed what Killinger did.
Yeah, I did too.
Down there by the objective. I saw that kill feed light up. Luckily, James able to scoop up the refrag and keep it alive for Mayhem, and they go on the board with a point themselves.
Yeah, some pretty well executed defense there from Mayhem, although the beginners were able to, you know, weasel their way in or wiggle their way in and get in there and kind of start to mess things up towards the end. But thank goodness for James Boak, or else, well, that might have been a cap on the beginners' part with Killinger's rush into the objective area. So kudos to the attempt there. You know, nice try there from beginners, but Mayhem just ready to answer, and James a key point there. Him and Potato Bot, really. I mean, Potato Bot there giving that suppressive fire as well, and still under the same amount of pressure. You know, James just knew where to look and where to be, and you know, Mayhem evens things up just like we kind of thought they would. Now they just need to grab a Marsoc round to get the bit of the round advantage back, and they should be okay again. You know.
Yeah, I want to call out just a one or two things I noticed there. You know, Defilade tucks in, Strayjack misses the shots, and you saw Mono rotate like immediately. I mean, he turned around from his watching of that South Street, the center area, and immediately went to assist his teammate and found that final pick. And that level of you know, teamwork, that level of understanding of the play, understanding of the positioning of your teammates and where the enemies would be, it's why they're here. It's why they're in the semis, and it's so interesting. Like, keep your eye out for things like that, where people will give up on their angles. They'll give up on positions that they were watching to go help their teammate, you know, try to seal the deal. It's beautiful on both sides of this field right now.
This, yeah, I mean, here comes the drone. So it is being deployed by beginners. We called it out as something they utilized well in Suburbia. And I got the eyes on it. I'll track it all the way until where it eventually sets itself up. It seems like he's heading it over to that west side, though. He wants coverage on that west, and it's going to be a smart choice because they got 3 rotating over there already.
Yeah, Potato, Wookiee, and Mono all over that northwestern side. Oh, he's got it underneath the car. Yeah, wow. We've got. I mean, this is
You're
what
never
I'm
gonna see
talking
it.
about. Yeah, meta is shifting, ladies and gentlemen, for the defense in season 11. No doubt about it.
The west push slowly coming together. James taking point up on the rooftop. I got one rotating over there on that far east side. Definitely danger close to the likes of Icy Woods, who's just completely exposed right now to him if Definitely decides to peek this 2-story.
Yeah, what a weird spot. I don't think I've ever seen a beginner just out in the open like that.
He had to have missed the rotation. He's not expecting it. If he drops down in time, he could avoid Defilade's sight, and he's down.
He does just in time. I mean, that is huge. To duck right under him. Is Defilade going to be ready for this? The angle is still technically there if he's cautious enough, but the second a call out comes in, or one of these guys makes a sound.
Wookiee's about to go for an M203 into the doorway on the 2nd story.
Never mind. I think it's actually too far away.
He called it out, but he's actually backing out on that decision. He thinks it might be too far. Interesting bit of comms there, though. We are going to see an M203 launch at some point in this round.
Keep your eye on that. I've got my eyes on Icy Woods and Defilade. It looks like Icy Woods is just scanning. I don't think he knows Defilade's upstairs here. I think he's just trying to keep that south cross from happening. May have heard something now. He's kind of looking towards... Yeah, he's hearing Defilade's comms. It's definitely going to be Defilade going down if he's not ready. Here comes a rotation. He's on the downstairs part. Icy Woods looking for him. Takes the shots underneath. They do not land. I mean, we're seeing so many missed shots by beginners. It's got to be shaky hands, right? It's got to be nerves.
No other explanation about it.
And he's gone.
Comes out from Wookiee. That doesn't catch anyone. Yeah, Woods drops off that angle. Doesn't want any more of that. Defilade's still wondering what's going on. He's being held up nicely by Woods, and it's really allowing beginners to focus all their attention over on this west side.
See, Woods manages to find James in the center, right in the rooftop courtyard. There's a key piece of this offense that is down. Pause. Shutting down that Monarch cross, and now Wookiee left all alone here in the west. Whoa. They've got the team isolated on both sides, and that is not what you want to see with 2 minutes left.
It's me west now.
New things continue to come through here today. This angle from Paz I've never seen, looking at the stairs opposite side here. So they thought they were safe because he wasn't peeking doorway, but still holding this angle. Woods scoops up Defilade, finally finding that kill. And beginners with 5 left alive are shutting down the Mayhem offense.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen so far from them on Volk. They have been absolutely unstoppable. The rotations have been perfect. You know, nothing short of perfect in most cases. You almost wish that they would hit their shots the first time in a few cases.
Right.
We've seen them miss several opening shots, but it's not, you know, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they got the kill. And they're going to get the round unless Wookiee pulls out pretty much one of the greatest miracles of all time here in the last 60 seconds against this 5-man defense. We're going to ride along in first-person view with Wookiee so you can feel all the tension and panic that he feels on this final push.
First up is going to be, well, a couple of first ups. Paz, Killinger, and Woods, all holding angles that can catch out Wookiee rotating in from the center. Woods' position, we did see in the last weekend. So, you know, if Wookiee's done his research, he should be aware this is a potential spot, but he's running out of time. 20 seconds left now. We've seen this be an issue for Mayhem. They've had that clock affect their play style, and there Wookiee forcing himself to cross that street into 4 beginners, excuse me, and down he goes, another round to them.
Yeah, I mean, beginners defense just looking stronger and stronger with each round. And, you know, let's just talk about how the MVP of that round was really the defensive drone. Because the intel that it was able to provide where Smoils had it, I mean, you could see from the lasers and the spectator view training to those spots, like the whole team just ready and waiting for someone to break those corners from those buildings. And, you know, Mayhem just had no idea, basically. They were just being watched, you know.
Yeah.
Smoil's just calling out literally everything they're doing. Now, I will say that Wookie did a great job of maybe not knowing, but rotating out and away from that drone, because you could see the defense the whole time still trained on that building corner, expecting him to push out from that direction somewhere in the west. So he had a good chance to get a little bit of a drop. You know, had he been able to pick off Icy Woods, he might have been in a better position to make that push across the street and maybe trade out or grab Killinger in a miracle shot. However, he was up against it there. The beginners did a great job of setting up a defense, and that drone information is just so crucial, and figuring out how to deal with that next season is going to be on every team's mind, I have a feeling.
And I mean, if you're beginners, you've been playing really good in your rounds. You know, it seems to be that the defensive rounds are going to continue to be traded. Why not just try and go for a cap here? You know, try and get something out. Try and maybe lock in this map one in a very commanding fashion. It sets you up perfectly for the rest of the series. Your momentum is unrivaled. You know, this objective certainly capable if you can get the right advancement, and they have that quick west spawn, so we'll see if they find any sort of early picks. The Mayhem defense is hardly focused on that side of the map.
They're not quite peeking it yet, and they've already got angles on these spots. Killinger going to be the one James has to worry about as he peeks over this. Very tough to spot in the headset, even tough in this casting view to spot out some of these members of the offense. I agree with you that going for the cap, could be the right mindset here, but they hesitated. They hesitated on their offensive round. You know, they lost a few people before any sort of push came out, which is uncharacteristic of the beginner squad. You know, they usually execute most of their plays with at least some level of confidence. And we saw them sort of hanging out and waiting and trying to get these these ungettable angles and waiting too long to cross. And again, you know, everybody has their rounds, but it was interesting to see, and I don't know where that hesitation came from. It wasn't the standard, wait until a minute and a half and push. It really felt like they wanted to get across to where they wanted to go, and were stopped from doing so now. Whether or not that was because they had intel or not, who knows? But we'll see how this offensive round goes for them.
They're getting awfully close without being punished for it. Woods here advancing his way up into that two-story. The suppressive fire over the shoulder there from Killinger, sort of tuck anybody in and see how effective it is. This Mayhem defense is really, it seems like a delayed defense, if you will, a kill box style of defense, where they're going to wait for this team to push into this hotel building. Wookie is not risking exposing himself to any of these windows. He's really just watching this entryway, and I guess why not? If you have someone in the front, which they do, James and Mono, you don't have to worry much about that entry. Just sit here and let them come to you.
The nades is going to be the big thing they got to worry about. These deadly beginner nades definitely will cause problems if they're not ready, and there they are raining over the top of the camera. Running a bit short, checking the right spots, I imagine, but not going to get inside that building, which is where they're going to need them.
Those nades are clearing. They're certainly not guaranteed they're killing anybody if somebody's there, but definitely goes down to Smoils. That's a huge loss. They've lost it. They're weak in that hotel deep inside now, and Pause slowly working his way up. Welcome back to Cross, getting shut down by Mono. Strazik trying to work his way around the east. The same spot that Woods likes to take is being picked up by Mono. And like I said, this team's done their homework.
Yeah, we're going to see that utilization of each other's positions quite a bit, I have a feeling. Callouts coming in from Woods there about James's position. Pause taking shots out towards Wookie's location is going to apply the pressure, but James with the quick response there, getting that refrag off of the sound, and now Mono's going to be the one picking up Killinger crossing in the south as well. That is
The interaction there is so freaking awesome. Mono asking James, hey, should I pop up and cover this angle? He had Pause dead to rights if he does. James says, no, I got this. Focus on your side. James stands up, gets pause, Mono holds his angle, finds Killinger. Perfect communication and teamwork from Mayhem. Down goes Smoils, and suddenly it's only Woods left alive. Mayhem locking it down really nicely. This is so fun to watch.
Yeah, this is exactly why we're here. I mean, Sleepy, what are your thoughts on that round?
Yeah, so it seems that Mayhem has quickly adopted the defensive drone strategies of the beginners and have found a clever hiding spot of their own to watch the West. So I did see a little drone driving down the street, you know, just a little doodling. And it took a pause up underneath a car. And yeah, so Mayhem took some notes from beginners being able to watch them in the West, and they did the same thing, and it really helped them, I think, with their positioning. I think it was Wookie possibly doing that because he was in the most protected defensive position, so logically it makes sense for him to be the one running the drone and giving the call-outs to the rest of the team. You could also tell that that was happening because, like the beginners, you could see the lasers from those defenders trained on specific angles there in the West because they knew exactly where they would be coming from, so they knew where to watch. And you know, I think that's what also might have given James that vote of confidence, like, nope, you just keep watching your angle, Mono. I'll handle this, you know, we got this together, just, you know, stick to the plan, basically. And it's showing. I mean, James with 5 on the map, Mono with 3, Wookie and Potato both with 1. Deflade, you have to pick one up, but you know, it's not all about kills in Onward. It's about how you mesh with the rest of your team. And if we look over on the beginner side, we're seeing a lot of meshing going on there. I mean, 2 kills apiece for both Killinger and Stray Jack. You got 3 apiece across the board for Woods, Pause, and Smoils. So yeah, I mean, a very solid map. It matches what we're seeing on the scoreboard. I'm not disappointed at all, but it sounds like the teams are ready to go, so I'll turn things back over to you guys.
Thank you, Sleepy. We are ready for this defensive round. Yeah, NightFiree. I mean, the sounds you're making are the sounds I think everyone is feeling because it's just been, you know, we're 4 rounds in and we've had some really fantastic Onward play. Yeah,
it's authentic. It's high level. It's so fun to watch these two teams just duking it out. Mayhem getting this north spawn could put out some early pressure if they feel like it. Mono and Deflate are popping up over on this hill, and that is exposing themselves a bit. If I see Wood spots this out, it's spawn indicated. Here comes shots, and now they know it's the north spawn. I'm going to look at the overhead, keep my eye on, and see if we see any rotations coming in here, because right now the north coverage is a little weak for beginners.
Yeah, they're gonna get caught out rotating if they're gonna push from south to north right now, and that's kind of what Mayhem is set up here for. I see Woods gonna be the first one to find a pick though onto Defilade near that white car in the northwest. It's gonna be the first pick going out to the defense, and you know, will we see defense reign supreme here again? Is kind of my question.
This defensive spot from Woods is so good. You know, you have these tiny little portholes that you can peek through and hold this whole north side. And it's, you know, obviously incredibly hard to be shot back at. You have to really thread the needle to find your target. If you do find your target, it's pretty much a guaranteed headshot, but it is no easy task. Hard to peek and check. The nade comes out and over. A good toss from Wookie. Oh my gosh. I mean, that is feet away from being an incredible airburst nade.
One down.
Yeah, he has gotten close but no cigar, but we're going to have to keep an eye on Wookie's explosives throughout the series because I have a feeling that's not the last one he's going to throw.
I'm not sure.
Mono was able to be picked up there in Defilade's spot. It's going to leave just 3 alive for beginners. Full team of 5. The pressure's going to have to come in from James and Potato Bot here, but they're a little disjointed. Now the focus of this defense is going to shift a little bit to their direction. As grenades start to come out. Oh my goodness. If that... Wow.
Oh, come on.
Off, yeah. Wild. Potato Bot does manage to nab Icy Woods in that very strong defensive position from earlier. And now it's going to be a question of, is he going to spot Pause? He is not. That shot will ring out, and that's going to leave just 2 members of Mayhem. Let's check in with James here as he crosses this north street. Wookie under fire, meanwhile, in the northwest.
Mayhem 203 just missing the stairway. That would have been amazing to catch Strazek out for Wookiee, but he doesn't, and now he has to go up against Smoils on this side.
Smoils has been pretty quiet. I don't know that he knows he's up there. I mean, he may know, but he doesn't know. You know what I mean? He may assume, and it is a room clearing nightmare up there to try to clear all your corners. Shots ringing out from Wookiee onto Strayjack don't land. And now Wookiee's going to have to do quite a bit more work. Smoils is going to be hearing all these rotations, hearing the positioning of Wookiee. Should be able to react off of this, and I can't imagine Wookiee's going to make it too far past this building as he crosses. There it is. Smoils with the pickup, going to leave just James alive, and we're going to pop into his first-person view as a minute and a half remains on the clock.
Pause is really holding a key angle here because there is a route. You know, and when you look at these defenses, you got to think about can there be a needle thread where he can get through, and I think there might have been. The nade toss is probably going to give it away. Strayjack is over here with holding the angle now. Pause is looking, trying to get some semblance of an angle himself from inside. Killinger isn't quite yet, but now it's going to be tougher to cross the street, but for a moment in time, there was a bit of an angle he could have crossed down.
He finds one. Strayjack looking in the crack. Is he going to spot him out? He tucks in behind the car. 60 seconds left. He's looking for Killinger. He's hearing the comms from Killinger. He wants to find that pick first, but he's going to have to deal with Strayjack. As the gun comes over the top, Strayjack's not seeing him. He's looking for that south rotation. James on the second pick. He's looking for it. Is he going to be ready for Killinger? No, Killinger scooping up that final kill, and the defense hangs on. But only two of them left this time. You know, Mayhem's doing the damage.
Closer and closer on each side. Beginners whittled it down to 3. Mayhem have gotten it down to 2. What is going to happen as we get deeper into these rounds, Sleepy?
Well, it's definitely starting to look more and more like a defensive back and forth, but it's also looking more and more like I'm right, and we're going to 7 rounds. No, that was a good attempt there from Mayhem. James really pulling his weight this morning for his team. I mean, 7 kills now on the map so far. He's really, he's leading his team in more ways than one. And let's just talk about the grenade fest that was going on in that round. A lot of really well tossed grenades. You know, obviously a few problems here and there, but you know, they're just warming up those arms. You know, they're getting there. They're in the bullpen. NightFiree, a little baseball reference. Sorry, you know, warming them up. But yeah, so I mean, we're seeing just really strong defense. But what else can we expect? This is the semis. You know, you lose in this matchup, and you're gone. You're done. You watch tomorrow from home or from your quest in venues. You know, it's not. You have a chance to come back tomorrow or later today. No, you're done after this. Sorry, but that's it. You'll have a chance to play tomorrow for 3rd place. But after that, you know, it's all over but the crying and the watching of your opponent go on to play the winners from the other matchup later today.
I think a lot of it is just I don't want to be capped on. You know, I don't want to suffer the mental damage that a cap would do, and especially not on first map of the day. You know, I need to lock it down, and both teams are like, it's just kicking and screaming in terms of getting the defense as tight as possible. Well,
a exciting back and forth, to say the least, so far today in this matchup. It is going to continue to be like this for a couple of hours. You know, this matchup has been fantastic. We have more maps ahead. We have more series ahead. I am so happy to be here this afternoon with all of you tuning in. A big shout out to everyone that has dropped by across all of the different platforms on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. If you're in venues, a shout out to you. Shoot your hands up in the air. Let some confetti fly out of your hands in celebration, because we are here and having a great time so far.
TatoBot here, giving up on this north angle, and maybe not at the right time. It looks like Mono's the only one now watching the north.
Remember, stay hard against the wall, otherwise.
This could be dangerous. They need to get back onto the north, because that is where the bulk of this offense is. But they saw that one cross south, and now they're kind of worried. They're worried that the center push might be coming, so they're pulling off of the north, and that is going to give beginners quite a bit of leeway as Killinger, Strayjack, both getting into position here. There's a lot of real estate that they do not want to give beginners. Potatobot looking for... Is he going to spot? No, he doesn't look over as Woods crosses. Stray Jack's on the north wall. I mean, this is going to be a refrag fest if I've ever heard of one. This is going to be it.
This could go terribly wrong or right for Mayhem. Mono is holding the hole in the wall here, so he might catch Strajek, and if he does, that's going to be a pretty big indicator of something. There, the shot's out. Strajek, they miss!
One in the crack.
Strajek, I don't think they missed. I think Strajek got tagged. He probably had body armor on. Something we haven't really talked about is the kit, but with the action so close to unfolding here, I don't know if we'll have time to really dive in. Mono is going to drop back, so maybe we will. Important to remember that teams, players can put on body armor for additional points. That'll allow them to soak bullets. James finds pause there. That's a good start off for the Mayhem defense, but it allows them to soak bullets that aren't armor penetrating. Now, if you're taking armor pen, you have less rounds available to you to shoot, less mags, but you can penetrate through body armor. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors in terms of who is using what. And I think it's probably safe to assume Mono is not using AP rounds there to penetrate that body armor onto Strajek.
Oh, this timing issue with Potatobot is absolutely, it's killing them right now. He has missed 3 or 4, it's going to be 5 now with Killinger rotating to the white truck. I mean, he is looking at just the wrong time every time. Watching this back is going to be so painful. And there it is. That's how it ends. Killinger with the headshot, knocking Potatobot out. Now it's going to be all up to Mono to try to deal with these 3 members of the beginner's offense in the north.
Mono did give out some good calls there. There's 2, possibly 3, so he has a pretty good idea of what he's going up against. A good name comes in from both ends. One pretty close to Killinger, just goes wide. Strajek is coming in over the shoulder fire of Woods, and Mono's trying to do a little bit of a rotation here. Killinger, danger close. Mono's rotated around the white car, gets the trade.
I mean, I guess best case?
Yeah.
I guess that was best case for Mono? Really? Yeah, it's... God, oh man, I feel for Potatobot on the watch through later, because he is just going to be kicking himself for, literally on the offbeat is when he was peaking those angles. And sorry, Potato, for ragging on you there, but it's one of those things we don't talk about either is timing. A lot of this stuff just comes down to, did you look at the right time? And if you didn't look at the right time, well, tough nuts. There's not a whole lot we can do to control when you spot things out. And that timing alone has given beginners this ability to wrap around the objective on 2 sides. I mean, they've only got 3 left. They've only got 3 defenders to deal with. So they
only got a minute.
Yeah, they're not in a bad situation, but they do have to move.
He's done a bit of an interesting rotation here, positioned himself over into the gas station. I wonder if he's going to get shot in the back by Strajek or if he's holding the proper angle. Woods scooping up Deflate is huge, and those missed shots on the Wookiee do alert a little bit. Wookiee is going to rotate, though, off of Deflate going down. Nobody here covering objective. This could easily be a beginner's cap. Where is the defense? James starting to crash in. Wookiee is still sitting there on the west. Woods is here on objective. Deflate calling it out.
And there it is, 4-2 to beginners. Beginners on the final push in the final seconds, able to knock the Mayhem defense off for the first time in the series so far. The first Marsoc win is the one that wins the map. Sleepy, I don't know what to say.
I feel like beginners just didn't want me to be right. No, excellent execution there, and for the one round that you need to win on Marsoc, why not make it the one that just shuts down the map right there? So great play there. I give it to Icy Woods, though, a lot more patient in that situation than I might have been. I would have run up in there and just pulled that pad out and tried to go for the cap, knowing 2 of my compadres were still up, but still got the round, still cleaned everything up. James, though, with a nice clutch save, had he not been picked up at the end there, and could have turned it around, could have possibly saved it, but no, we'll be moving on to our next map now, and beginners will just need 1 more map to walk away with this semifinals win.
It is, hey, Noman right on his prediction, I was wrong on mine, but at least I got our map 2 correct. Beginners with their map pick are going to be heading to Subway.
Subway indeed will be our second map of the series, and this is going to be This is going to be such an interesting match. Like, after seeing how they played on Quarantine, both teams, I can't even imagine what Subway is going to be like, because Subway is such a technically demanding map, right? Your equipment utilization has to be absolutely on point, right? You can't just lob nades, at 1,000 miles an hour straight up. You gotta know how to place them, how to thread them into areas that you want them in. Not easy to do. You gotta use the right equipment. You gotta have, you're missing a point in a lot of cases because you're using night vision. I mean, the kits change. It's gonna be a knockdown, drag out series. And I mean, while we're here and while we're waiting for these teams to ready up, not to brag, but I definitely called that first map. What are we thinking here? Are we thinking this is gonna be a mayhem map? I mean, they're on defense. They got the defensive advantage. What are your thoughts, NightFiree? I want to hear your predictions.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to go into beginners' hands. I think we're going to be 2 maps, and beginners are going to come out of this with the Series W. It's, this is going to be the drone amplified, right? I mean, we saw it effective for beginners on Quarantine because there's some unique spots. I mean, you want to talk about unique spots here? There's thousands. There's so many dark corners that you could slide a drone into that would cover a wide range of angles. It's definitely going to be an element that beginners utilize on defense. I suspect Mayhem will be bringing it out here as well, though, so maybe they can catch beginners off guard with some of their own defensive tactics. And at this point, all they need to do is trade defensive rounds, right? Stop any Marsoc win from happening. You can lose all the Marsoc rounds you want. You can bring it down to the 3-3 and potentially take a second map.
Sleepy, are you sticking with that Mayhem prediction from earlier on? You think they're gonna sweep the next two rounds here? You think Subway's? I mean, I'm just curious. What are your thoughts?
I think they definitely have it in them. There's no doubt in my mind that they can do what needs to be done to take the series and come out on top here. However, I can't say with confidence that that's what's going to happen. I'll be, come back to me in a few rounds once we see how they're performing here in Subway a bit, and maybe I can give you a better answer. But right now it looks like they are here to play, but maybe they still need a little bit more time in the oven to get really warmed up. So hopefully this first round being on defense for them will help them get acclimated, get comfortable, and set a good pacing, because beginners are going to try as hard as they can to really rip this series out right here, right now.
Oh, geez, that was a really good kickoff, though, to this series. I mean, couldn't have asked for a better back and forth, and I mean, what it came down to there is just textbook beginners, and I think that's what it's gonna come down to here. I mean, gosh, are they gonna, how are they gonna get a Marsoc round here? It's gonna be so hard for either team to get a Marsoc round on this map.
Couple of things to note. Number one, they're doing the Chinatown objective first, so upstairs, one of the more challenging to get an offensive win on. And number two, there's been a sub on the Mayhem side. They have swapped out Defilade for Theta here, the long-range threat for the short-range threat. And I wonder how that's going to swing things. Is that going to be enough? Is it just, is Theta going to be the linchpin that seals the deal on a defensive series here for Mayhem, or is it going to be beginners just cruising on into a victory? We'll find out as round one gets underway here, and Mayhem on the defense in Chinatown.
Watch out for a grenade. I'm gonna hide.
Oh boy, let's see, a really fast push up here from beginners. They weren't challenged in the slightest on their advancement up here through that early south spawn. Nobody applying pressure here. They got Killinger with the forward shield and Strayjak watching over the shoulder on the corner, so Killinger would have drawn the attention there. But nothing happens, and Killinger continues to be the lead here as they advance in through this south, and it's going to be seemingly a full beginner's press here. Woods is still in the basement. He's watching for a very aggressive flank that Mayhem aren't deploying here. Instead, if you look at Mayhem's defense, they are really, they are really tight around objective.
Yeah, and we've seen that pretty commonly in the postseason so far. I mean, I have not seen a roaming, maybe one flanker roaming on the defense, but the rest have all been tucked into this courtyard, which, you know, I don't know. It's not necessarily a bad call. It's just a... I'm hearing the fake death sounds there from Potato Bot. Sorry. I had to laugh at those. But, you know, you kind of worry about the stacking, right? You worry about the grenade, the one grenade that takes out 3 of your defenders. In an area that small, it's got to be something you're thinking about as a defender. I mean, it is so stacked in here. There's just... You know, good luck. It's all going to be grenades. We're going to see a grenade-full series. Is that a word? I just made a word. Grenade-full. They're going to...
They hear the comms from Smoils, but this has been a common distraction tactic that we've heard before. A nade comes up and over.
Yeah. The first one was literally on top of James. Right on top of the awning above him.
Wow.
I mean, just so close. I almost didn't get there. Well, I didn't get there in time, but we did see the path for it. And yeah, they're the call out for Mayhem there. Hey, they're doing the thing the boss fight was doing and chucking them up and over.
Yeah, just picking the man out of the corner.
I mean, think about the arm you need to have to chuck a frag grenade over an entire building. You know? I'm talking about real life. Of course, in VR, it's just a flick of the wrist. Just a flick of the wrist. And these teams have dialed it in. I mean, you know, I don't know that I've ever seen beginners do that. So again, we're seeing adaptation of other team strats to use, you know, against other teams. Like, they have just been non-stop. This is what I'm talking about. The new strategies, the constant adjustments, the constant interesting plays coming out here. Mono IDing the shield. Flash coming out.
He's in
Bit of a dud.
Entrance, the shield, and their Killingers over here too.
Gets the information there. Tries to throw the nade. Here comes another toss from James.
Nice
That's
toss.
a pretty good one, but gets tucked in on that corner. It almost went where he wanted it to, but now Killinger is going to try and get a piece himself. A good toss here. This is two.
That's a two-piece right there for Killinger, and that's what he was waiting for. He was waiting for that stack. Oh, James had a primed nade. He took a nade off a coworker and had it primed, ready to throw there. Pulled the pin as Killinger's nade downed him, and now they are down to just 3, as those are all confirmed.
Yeah.
Potato Bot here holding down the Pause Woods approach, but the split's definitely going to come in. Wookie gets a little over-aggressive peeking there. He should have stayed in to help defend this push from Killinger, but Potato Bot scoops up Pause. In action is split across the field. Spoils goes down, objectives open. Woods trades with Potato Bot, and Beginners, with 3 left alive on objective, take round 1 on Marsoc.
Wow. I don't really know what to say. There were a few mistakes made there by Mayhem, which led to kind of handing that round over more easily to the beginners than what could have happened. I mean, you saw there the nade that, you know, they heard. You could see, you know, them backing away, but because they just kept checking that corner to get that intel, they ended up both getting fragged. And then, of course, James holding a frag to try and toss another, ends up fragging everyone who's laying there, and then you get Wookie with the overzealous peek, and you know that gets him melted. And while Potato Bot is able to kind of recover, his cohort Theta is kind of overwhelmed with a 3-man push coming from the other side, and it's just too much left for them both to do. And you know, Potato Bot, being the smart player, does rotate out of his position as the last defender, but he rotates right into a line of fire, happens to trade. I mean, who could have imagined, you know, maybe he would have won that, come in onto the objective, but he would have still had a 1v3 gunfight on that objective, and I can assume at least one of those folks would have been trying to go for a cap and really spread those points out. But you know, Mayhem can recover. You know, caps can really put you back in things, and this is a map where you can see some crazy things happen. So I'm not counting Mayhem out whatsoever, but right now they're showing some mistakes, and that's going to lead to them ultimately being knocked out.
You know, I was talking about it right at the beginning of that round, and that, to me, if you're going to tuck in to that objective, if you're going to stay in the courtyard, you can't be engaging around a corner where you don't know what's around the corner, where you don't know the kind of equipment that's coming at you. And, you know, Mono engaging and James engaging that shield, that's not what that tucked in defense should be designed for. It should be an ambush tactic. You should be waiting for that opportunity. If you're gonna fight in that corridor, take that corridor early. You have the advantage to get there. And now we're seeing this little dichotomy, right? Beginners now pushing aggressively on the defense. Killinger rounds the corner, finds one. Wookie going down to that. Mono with the nice little refrag there, going to even things out to a 4v4. But this is the kind of defense that Mayhem should have played if they wanted to challenge those corridors.
Yeah, this exact defense would have worked out for them. And like we always say, you see teams defend how they play, and this is very much beginners throwing out the defense to what they would utilize here on this attack. And it does okay. It finds one. Mono with a very good swing there. He tucked himself in and avoided the flash. I believe Wookie got flashed, and so Mono was able to re-peek and find that kill. Smoils has ducked back off of holding that forward angle, so no more kills going to be coming in from him, and we're going to have to draw the attention over to the north stairs because Paz is locking that down.
Yeah, he's gotten a couple shots down onto Potato Bot so far, keeping him tucked in. This is such a tough angle to challenge. You know, you don't have the high ground. If you're just going by basic military strategy, you are fighting from the low ground, and that is an automatically disadvantageous position. And what makes it especially disadvantageous is, you know, smokes are not in. They have been temporarily removed from the game, and that is the situation you would need a smoke. This is one of those that you cannot flash your way out of this situation if you're offense. Tattlebot there just constantly taking his shots. Trying to keep him tucked in, though. James has opted to rotate out. And now we're seeing, I mean, just a ton of pressure coming in from Theta. Smoils rotating right into it. Mono, meanwhile, finding Stray Jack, and that's going to leave two defenders left. We're seeing Marsoc trades here, or Marsoc round trades. Mono trading out with Icy Woods, and there's just one defender left.
Just talking about this Mayhem offense and how they were trying to draw Paz's attention very clearly. Paz dropped back, checked his pad, everyone was alive, but suddenly they started to die, and Paz was ready for the rotation. Now he's here on objective, but he's got to hold it against 3, and it is not an easy task. He tries to peek this corner. He is going to find Theta.
That is one pick for him. He doesn't get the confirm, though. That is going to be call-outs if he's peeking. I don't see James going for this this res here, but he's going to have to start worry about Potato Bot who's coming down this long corridor. And there it is. Potato Bot will be the one finding that final pick and locking in a Marsoc round for Mayhem, and we're trading Marsocs now. Where even am I?
What a Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy, please.
Well, as long as you wash my Marsocs before you give them back to me, Noman, I'm cool with it. Again, kind of, and just like we're trading Marsoc rounds, it's like we're trading mistakes. You know, we saw a lot more mistakes from the beginners on their attack round this time. And a lot of that, I mean, I don't really know why that happened, but, you know, we saw Smoils kind of rush out into an obvious kind of setup, and, you know, more of the a lot of grenades. I mean, then, you know, and what could poor Paz do? He was smart enough to know and have the foresight to see on his tablet that he is the only member of his team left, and he did a great job at rotating and being accessible to the objective, but not necessarily, you know, all over the place in an easy target. He still did a good job at defending without being, you know, just a gimme point.
Yeah.
But also not, you know, allowing them to cap. So I think he did a great job there. He had a really tough situation to overcome, and, you know, he was able to get the single pick, though it didn't end up being a full kill. He did a great job at trying to salvage that round, but we'll see if they continue the Marsoc round trades here as we reset the advantage back to Mayhem for the defense. Can they take advantage of that now and continue that securement going forward? We'll have to find out.
I got it for you.
Where is it?
I gotta wonder if teams at this level train specific
Yeah,
situations, you know, because to your point, that was a very solid one-man hold. And I wonder if it's something that they practice, you know, if it's something that you go, okay, let's say you're the last alive. What do you do in a situation? How do you defend each objective on your own the most effective, you know, because you could still hold as one left alive in a
crafting
1v2.
over
You just have to be able to do it. And that seemed like a very solid method there to be able to block vision for when we wanted to check one angle versus the other. And now we're going to see early action there.
Shield
Killinger
down.
tries to take shots over the top of the shield at Mono in the stairwell.
Such a tight angle to be checking those stairs. Killinger, though, ready for. I mean, you know, I don't know why I'm surprised by anything anybody does anymore when we're in the semifinals.
Yeah, really.
Of course, they have the tightest little corridors with the smallest angle. I mean, it's why they're here. And it's been so great on both sides. They've both just been playing a fantastic series. That flash coming out. Mono now. Ooh, that grenade toss not going the way he wants it to. Could have been nice. Actually, was cooked pretty well as well. So it could have been what he wanted. And there's the Killinger nade as the response. And that will find Mono. I was on the wrong side of that grenade. That's my problem. Mono's still resable though. Not confirmed.
I think Killinger thought he confirmed him. He took shots at the body, but not enough. And so we'll see if Wookiee can rotate and get him. But what's interesting is they get this kill and then don't even bother to challenge what is a alleyway right on top of objective. They recognize that coming out there is a little bit of a difficult move to make. And instead, they seem to be working themselves into the underground to eventually pop up from the 2 stairs out of that basement location.
Yeah, it is a more controlled approach there, right? Because you're not coming out into a sort of 180-degree pan of defenders. You really have a small corridor to fight, and then you come up the stairs, and you can sort of clear half and half. With two guys on the stairs. I'm sorry, one on each set of stairs, and then you can clear this upstairs a lot easier when you do that. But Potato Bot is going to be able to get this res out. Mono now back up. Oh, Potato there. I'm sure telling James that he is not trying to get that res. I can almost hear James's voice coming over the comms. Hey, Noman, can you try and res Mono there?
I think Smoils heard that underneath him too, so it might have been information he relayed to the team that there's someone over in that spot now. But this is still the full press coming in. Drone actually ID'd by beginners there. They spot it out and kill it.
We heard the death sounds.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
So there's still a ton of communication going on but I mean, just on both sides. It is just chatter. I'm here everywhere I'm going. There's some kind of chatter about positioning, and they're hearing each other pretty clearly from the top and bottom. The subway does have that feature where you can pretty audibly hear anybody below or above you if they're being loud enough. So not a lot of surprise here for the Mayhem guys. It's all going to come down to how beginners decide to do this final minute-and-a-half push, and the push has to come now.
And this is the risk of these stairs. You have to be 360 coverage. Wookiee watches one angle, James watches the other, and it's impossible to not be pinched by Crossfire. Here they try to come up from the other stairwell, completely denied. Monos actually scoops up Smoils on that long-range pick. Potato finds one of his own, and suddenly, with only a minute left, Paz is the last one alive.
Yeah, we're gonna ride along and take a quick look at that replay. I mean, this is why these last-minute pushes can bite you in the butt if you're not prepared for it. James there in the right spot, looking for it. I see Woods trying to get the refrag. Wookiee cleaning that up, and as I say that, the round ends with a mono pick, and all of the Mayhem defenders still up, might I add.
Yeah, so if I would have actually come out of that middle tunnel rather than go down and come out of those 2 stairwells. While you do have 2 exits to come up, instead of having like a half and half or a 180-degree field of a cone to kind of analyze and clear, you have a 360-degree field that has to be cleared as you come up those stairs, and you're only protected, but only so far. You can only get so much visual acuity once you're about 3/4 of the way up the stairs, so you are exposed. And we saw that really quickly as Killinger was taken down, as was his backup by James Boak and Wookiee. And then, you know, the Potato Bot and Theta were able to do the same thing with the other members as they broke up from their position. I mean, Mayhem did a great job at not being directly on top of all of these exit and entrance points to the objective level, but being able to watch and shoot at them and clear them once they were pushing them in. So once beginners started to come up from the bottom like a clogged drain of water, you know, Mayhem was there to just pour in the Drano, clear the drain, and flush beginners out there. So
I think
great
had
job
they
there by Mayhem.
had they taken a member or two and committed it to that catwalk entrance where James was sitting, had they cleared that top stairwell, I think then I can get behind a basement stair push. I mean, it is a little bit easier than track 2. I firmly stand by that statement, but you cannot have James where James was, because that is the linchpin in that defense, is that sort of pinch between the East and the West.
It's so weird to see them get that early kill advantage and then just not use it at all. You know, they got that nade and then just didn't do anything with it. Yeah, they allowed the res to come out. It went back to a 5v5. No consequence at all to Mayhem. So I guess Mayhem fortunate that it wasn't capitalized on, because I think it could have been what they needed. But we'll see. I look at how different this defensive setup is. They're welcoming them in to the stairway entry point.
Yeah, they're giving them as much space as they need on that west side, but anybody coming up the stairwells is going to be greeted with at least 2 guns. This is what it looks like. They've got a lot of coverage. The only one getting a single gun coverage is Icy Woods here, and he is looking just waiting, just primed and ready for Wookie's little crawl peek here. And Wookie's looking for this little what are they called? Soda machines. He's looking for the soda machine peek right here. But if you remember from last week's round robins, that was a Wookiee spot where he was able to find quite a bit of success, and now beginners not opting to sit in that back corner. They know he's going to be looking for it by crawling down those stairs, and I see Woods opting for sitting in this little turnstile instead. You know, again, these little adaptations, these little things you sort of notice the teams adjusting to is so great to see.
It's that high level onward. You know, it's the stuff you have to do if you want to win. You know, you got to put the extra attention to detail in if you want to get W's against players like this. Very clearly, both teams putting in work here. We'll see if Wookie's going to be ready for the turnstile, right? Because he's checking his angle. Woods not holding that. The next up, you know, you have to sort of clear this out. I wonder if maybe a nade even is going to come out here.
Yeah, I think Icy Woods would be likely to do it if he hears comms. Right now, he's just checking to see who's alive and who's dead. Wookie round in the corner. Icy Woods, though, ready on the peak, and Theta on the refrag still gets himself downed, but that is, again, I've said it before, best case scenario. To not lose, a 2-in-1, have a res available. Mayhem's going to have to commit 1 to rotate. This is going to slow up the rest of their push, though. They're going to be left with, 2 minutes, a minute and change for their push if they opt to rotate to get that res out.
Look at this. They have one fully invested in basement. Killinger also trying to hold this as he catches fire from the objective area. And they kind of have a bit of a weak coverage, in my opinion, of objective. Pause is there. And I'm sure once Pause goes down, Killinger is going to pop up and hold. But he's really the main element here. If Potato Bot can work his way in from the basement, who knows? I mean, the cat and mouse here is so interesting as Potato does work his way up. He spots Smoils peeking that corner. Here comes a good nade toss, and Smoils goes down, and a couple of nades coming in. A flash and a frag. A flash is successful. The res comes out from James. A long rotation, 2 on the clock.
There's one on south stairs.
That pick from Potato Bot is huge. It is splitting Killinger's attention, right? He was pretty committed to just watching upstairs, and now that he's missing Smoils down low, he's got to be moving on the stairs, and this is going to give Mono and James an opening at some point. If Mono can deal with Pause, the objective is going to be, pretty close to open. They still got Stray Jack on the stairs looking long, but he's got a lot of obstacles between him and the objective. He won't be able to stop a cap at that distance.
Killinger tries to swing out there from the stairs. Shots just missing from Potato Bot. Strayjack also did a little peek of his own on the north stairwell. Took some shots down into the basement.
There it is, Mono with pause. Let's see how the rotation comes out.
Huge.
Killinger now looking for it. It does get the refrag. James finds Strayjack coming down off of that that catwalk stairwell, and now we're in a 3v1. Killinger, the last one, gonna have to try to stop the cap. Theta definitely saw him rotate into this train here. He's looking for him to pop back out. He does spot him out, and Mayhem will go up 3-1 on that fantastic offensive push. Wow. Wow is the only word I can think of. What a great play.
Sure was. Great play all around. Mayhem really coming back strong and showing beginners they are not ready to go to third place tomorrow. They are ready to go to the finals tomorrow against the winner of our next series here today. And boy, oh boy, are they fighting hard to do it. They've got a nice 2-point lead here now, and they go to defense. This is the lifeline round for the beginners for this series decider. Will this be over for the beginners, or I should say for Mayhem? Will this be the pivotal round where the beginners grab themselves by the bootstraps, turn it around, and seal the series at 2 maps? Or is this a round where Mayhem grabs themselves their map, and we go to the third map to see who the ultimate of these two titans of this game truly are?
Okay, let's break it down here. We've got just a few moments before the teams kick it off. We've got a 3-1 situation. We've got Mayhem on defense. You've got the North Stairs objective. If you're an Onward player,
volatile.
you know what the North Stairs objective means, both for defense and for offense. Depending on the teams you're playing against, you will have a wildly different outcome. Knowing what we know as casters and as players, who's going to win here? Is it going to be I don't think it's going to be a defensive win. I think beginners are looking for cap. I think they're thinking cap, and I think they're going to get a cap.
You've got your thinking cap on, I see.
The puns are so funny, Sleepy. We'll see who's laughing when it's an even score here on this. Honestly, the adrenaline for me is gone. I'm not even playing because this objective is, yeah, as NightFiree said, volatile.
It's it will be interesting to see how they do this because, you know, if you're Mayhem, you've never faced off against beginners before. You know, you've never played them. You've never seen them battle through adversity. Doesn't matter. Potato finds the first kill on Woods. He does know that Woods likes to swing there and get aggressive. He's ready for it. But, you know, they have to be ready for beginners to bounce back because beginners do not let up easily. Another nade comes out. This is a good toss. Down goes Killinger. That's 2 for this Mayhem defense, and they are kicking this off. Fantastic. A counter nade doesn't get up and over the confirm there. And beginners are in a bad position now.
You know about that cap?
Hey, I said they were thinking it. Okay, there's still time. No. It has been a wild series. I'm hopefully I don't miss too much trying to play this replay of these grenade back and forths. I mean, beginners nades just going either too long or too short, not dialed in. Mayhem winning in the placement position, which is a dichotomy from what we saw in quarantine, because they were the ones constantly missing, and there it is. Potato is going to be dealing with that one, and there it is. Paz finds 2. Beginners even things out just like that, but Strayjack with the response grenade. James with the response grenade gets Strayjack before going down, and now it is a 3v2. It's not over, guys.
Yeah, you can never count, like I was saying, you can never count beginners out. They will play it down to that last man standing, and they can do it well. 3 minutes left, 3 alive on both sides. Very interested to see what beginners are going to do here. Paz and Strayjack doing a little bit of theory crafting, scavenging for some resources and considering their approach.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. They do have, for beginners, a lot of time to do it. 3 minutes on the clock still to go. 3 members per side. And no big deal, but a tie game here to break if they can try to find their way around it. I mean, this would put them on the defense for this objective, which you gotta assume they want.
I don't know, does anybody want to defend this objective?
I think if you're gonna do one of 2 things, I would rather defend this than attack it, to be honest with you. I would much rather not have to have the constant boiling pressure that you feel trying to get yourself down these stairs, because a Marsoc person going down these stairs is like a form of torture. It should be against some Geneva Convention rules to walk down these stairs. You never know. There's frags. They'll throw everything and the kitchen sink at you trying to come down these stairs. And what's interesting is they've opted to not commit anybody going the other way, and that is the right choice. Mono and Theta are committed to watching for that flank, and they are completely useless right now in terms of helping defend against this push.
It's coming out. Paz has gotten down the stairs with the shield. Wookie has been playing an interesting bit here. He's been staying tucked in. And he may... I don't know when he's going to peek. There it is. Spoils finds the kill. Huge. Shuts down on objective defense, and suddenly Mono's in a bad spot. He has to crash down. The trade's there. Paz has plenty of time to punch in this code. Where's the tablet? Finally it comes out. He drops it. He's fumbling around. Mono's coming in with nades and utility, and the kill is all he can secure.
Nicely done.
Strayjack watching the back there, not coming down for the cap himself. What could have been a 3-3 is instead Mayhem still in the lead.
Hey, whose team got a point here? Okay.
I'm talking about my pick.
Oh, okay. Well, you
Mayhem
didn't preface your wah-wah sounds with your pick choice, okay? You're coming at me all hot and bothered. No, listen. It's not about
Can I analyze the round now?
Maybe. I don't know. I might allow it.
So the reason I start out my analysis of that round with that sound effect is what started out as such a beautiful round of nades for Mayhem turns into just absolute mayhem for them. They allowed beginners to kind of regroup. They grabbed the shield. They kind of established their new plan. Like Noman had mentioned, Theta and Mono kind of watching for the flank, but ultimately useless to protecting the objective at the moment. I mean, a good rotation there for Mono, and he made his effort to try and stop the cap, and luckily no cap was made. So beginners still having to put at least 2 more on the board, but they lost that chance at closing it out, evening up the score a bit with the beginners, and moving on to the next round, putting this one behind them. So a really great start, ending in turmoil for Mayhem, has got beginners back within striking range once again, and we're on to our next round. We'll see if Mayhem is able to close this one out here with a Marsoc win.
Not an easy task. Granted, we just saw it done by beginners, but it was a challenge. They had been down 2 going into that, and for them to get that win is a testament to that beginner's playstyle, to their ability to persevere. Let's see if Mayhem can persevere through this spawn plan. It does look like a little bit of a different push here.
There's the up and over. Flash onto Mono does find him. He's got to stay tucked in. Killinger rounds the corner right into a volley of rounds. And that is going to put Mayhem up here, but, let's not count our chickens yet. There's plenty of rounds still to go. The flash is going a little wide, and the grenades coming out in force, not landing where they want them to go, though. Flash another one out. Mono just cannot get out from behind this dumpster. They are not allowing him to push. There's the pressure from Potato Bomb, keeping that defense on the corner, and Smoils with the shot into the back of Paz. And that is enough to throw them off the rhythm. Mono rounds the corner, finds one. Now he's looking for Paz, pushing the stairs. The pressure's coming in hot. Mono down the stairs finds another. 2 gone now. 2 beginners left. No one on this north stairwell to defend, and now the defense has to rotate. They're seeing the same problem. Wookie applying the pressure on the defense from the backside. Mayhem doesn't even get a chance to cap. They
Perfect
don't.
execution. Perfect execution from Mayhem.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you do, Sleepy? What do you even do against that?
You don't. You do what they did, and that caused them to get killed and for the round to be ended a bit early. I mean, but what else could you do? They were rushing the stairs. They were on the objective, and pretty much every member of Mayhem is a fairly quick capper. So once they're there, once that tablet's off the back, there's very little chance that you're going to get there before they finish the cap and get that uplink, get those 2 points. So beginners actually lucky there that it didn't end up a 5-2 score line with that Mayhem cap. But yeah, I mean, they were smart about it. They knew beginners were going to pressure back. They waited. Mono did a good job of jumping behind that dumpster when they went blind. Killinger rushed straight out into LMG fire, and then some mistakes made from beginners with the team kill by Smoils. I mean, a lot of things added up to it, but Mayhem really showing that they weren't going to let that first map loss get them down. And now we move on to our third map, which is going to be Downfall, which is the one I expected to see a little bit earlier in this series to set the men away from the boys early on. But it seems like maybe beginners kept it in their back pocket just in case this sort of situation came up.
Look at the bans. It wasn't, the focus was on the likes of Suburbia and Cargo, respectively, from Mayhem and beginners, and it was kind of like beginners play Downfall very well, but Mayhem are no slouches on this map. Right. They let it open because they can play well on Downfall as well. They have good range shooters. They have good strats to advance up to objectives. They did their research. They got to watch beginners play this in last weekend's matches. So they've got some footage to work off of, and I wonder if it's going to be enough to give them an edge against beginners, because this is going to be a range battle if I had to make my guess.
Yeah, this is the kind of map that historically I have known beginners to take the series to, right? I mean, I've been enough of these semis and finals and just postseasons in general to know that beginners like to take this map to the end because it's demanding. I mean, this is an exhausting map to play, and to play it last, whoever's choice it was, even if it's Mayhem choosing it, to keep it as the last map is, at least in my eyes, an intentional choice. You have to hold your gun up for a very long time. There's not a lot of rotations happening on Downfall, especially on defense. It is a very physically demanding map to do defense on. And the rounds will go as long as they need to go. I mean, I cannot imagine a scenario where we don't run out of time at least once or twice here.
Mayhem, they just haven't managed their time well. Even on maps like Quarantine, Wookiee ran out of time on one of their rounds. It's definitely going to be an element we got to keep our eye on here. Round one, we're going to kick it off down here in the dumpster objective, and they get that northeast spawn where you can catch out some early rotations. You see Potato and James looking for that early cross, but they're a bit too late.
All right, well, this will compensate for lack of accuracy then.
Yeah.
They've got the offensive 2-2-1 split, as you would normally expect from a defense on this map. You want to try to get as much coverage as you can. I'm surprised to not see anybody trying to get low in the west here. I mean, you can usually find a little line down through this valley where you won't get spotted if you're low enough by defenders. But it looks like there it is. James and Potato going to try and make that cross now. So dangerous to do it late because you never know where the defense is set up. I always, as a player, opt to do this relatively early and get myself into position before anybody can get underway. But these are two veteran teams. They know their routes. They know where they can and cannot be seen. Looks like they're confidently crossing while sprint. Confidently, as James breathes some sighs of relief, making it across to the west.
They know the risk they were taking of just kind of sprinting for it. A little bit of hope that no one IDs them or shoots at them, and got to their positions early. Wookiee's watching Ravine. Theta over here as well, and like we said, it's going to be down to those last few minutes because it's going to take a while for this Mayhem offense to even get close to these defensive positions. Woods tucked into White House, watching down towards objective. Smoils not peeking out in that ravine. Everyone really playing tight angles here, which is what you got to do on this map. You can't expose yourself to some snipes, because if you get picked off by a sniper, it's exactly what you want to do on Marsoc. You want to try and find someone in a window. You want to try and find someone getting peeky on a hilltop and snipe their head and get that early advantage. Is what this range lends itself to, and you do see some shots coming out there towards Icy Woods as he tries to peek his head out looking for a pick.
Yeah, it's Defilade, excuse me, and Icy Woods just battling back and forth here with the long range. I mean, we're hearing the suppressed shots coming out of Defilade's rifle. He's looking for that pick specifically as he nabs the head of, or the chest of Icy Woods. There it is, just a down. Should be resable by Smoils on a quick rotation. That's gonna give some confidence to Wookie and Theta here. We're gonna zoom on over to them as they really cruised into this ravine quickly on that call out.
Yeah, I hear call.
They've been working their way around. Those shots ring out. They still got one here. They get the revive, and I gotta wonder if Smoils is gonna check here. Now both of them are inside White House. Wookie is here hearing comms. And they're still focused on Defilade. Wookie and Theta are right on top of them.
Oh, Smoils pushing out though, comes around the top, finds one. Theta just avoiding the shots of Smoils, but is he gonna walk right into it? Oh, these angles are so close. Smoils looking for that second pick.
Keep our eyes also on objective, because Potato's trying to utilize this commotion to make his advance. Getting ever so close to that objective. He's got to get rid of pause first before he can do anything. And Theta's really at this point just trying to draw attention. He's trying to keep Smoils focused here. He's trying to keep Woods' eyes drawn here. Mayhem is investing in Potato being their point man, or at very least James, because he's also over there in that 3-story as he finds Strazak.
It's a big pickup here. Shots from Defilade trying to keep Icy Woods tucked in as well. I mean, Killinger's the linchpin here, and there it is. He's going to find that pick onto Potato Bot, softening up that offensive tip of the spear. Could have been dangerous. He is going to be the one that Theta needs to deal with the most. Try to keep his interest, and there it is. Defilade finishing when he had started earlier. No revive this time as Icy Woods down and out.
If you're Theta, you can come up and over here and really surprise Smoils with a different angle. Instead, he's going to invest in a bit of a rotation, and Smoils is not going to peek this. He just lost Woods to a sniper. Smoils were to pop up over that hilltop, he himself could go down. Now Killinger calls out Theta's position, and they are surrounding OBJ. Defilade started to move up. James hasn't crashed in. 30 seconds on the clock. Time may be an issue for Mayhem.
There it is. Theta on the window finds the pick. Smoils looking for him, does grab Theta as he comes down the hill. He's going to find a second in Defilade. Now it's just James. Theta's just able to do call-outs. 10 seconds left. Not a lot of time left. He's going to need 2 picks. That is the time management to a T. Did we not mention time management right then and there? Yeah, like, you're seeing it literally first round. Mayhem running out of time. Sleepy, what are your thoughts?
Gasp? No, I mean, I talked about it in pre-show. I think both of these teams have had issues with time management on longer range maps. And in general, I mean, because of the way beginners like to play with the, stage and prep portion of their play and then launch the attack at a specified time in a coordinated pattern. While that's great for effectiveness, it's not great for time management. And we saw the same thing just now from Mayhem. A lot of staging, a lot of coordination, a lot of good chatter, a lot of great gameplay, but unfortunately not watching the time well enough, and it came down to it. And that's those situations where you start to make decisions that aren't quite right. You start rushing out into the open, you start rushing fields in order to get to objective points in time, and that's why you see Smoils there, was able to grab 2 really easy picks as the attackers crashed in towards the objective while he still had that defensive back positioning. So a good job by beginners for holding up Mayhem long enough, and then a great job by Mayhem for the coordination, but you just got to get that time turned up a bit. So we'll see what happens, but so far it's looking like a good match. The time is the ultimate enemy here, though.
Yeah, it really is. It's been an issue for Mayhem this whole series. It's something they got to kind of curtail a little bit. Starting, I don't know. It's hard against beginners, but just up the pace a touch, you know?
Yeah, it really doesn't have to be much there.
That was about 30 seconds, I think, that they could have used. An extra 30 seconds sooner, and I think that play could have worked out quite well.
Yeah.
We're seeing a quick spawn here from the beginner's approach to this objective. So they are going to be getting that southeast spawn and just be right on top of this Mayhem defense. And Mayhem's still none the wiser. I mean, they've gotten into their spots, but they are not ID'd yet where this offense is coming from.
They're kind of playing a similar bit of defense to that of beginners, where they're not trying to expose themselves to early angles. They're really holding some later crosses. You know, Potato's waiting to see anyone in that alleyway, and he's not going to be able to get shot from any other angle unless you're peeking from that hill. Theta's tucked in, and he is peeking. It is a bit of a risk. He's trying to ID basically where Smoils is, but Smoils has that palm tree keeping him safe and sound, and so it's going to be a very late engagement. Theta may be able to catch a couple in this ravine.
I think that is going to be his target, but
One in the South Valley. He's watching.
yeah, he has ID'd one there. You hear the call-outs to the team. Just one in South Valley. Boy, are you in for a surprise when you peek that window again, because there's 3 lasers on it. A couple more than just one. And there's the suppressing fire. That's going to allow Killinger to push up onto Theta relatively unheard. He may not be hearing these rotations. There it is. Smoils just continuing that noise suppression, something that we don't talk about a ton, but using the ricochet sounds and using the sounds of the guns themselves to keep enemies suppressed and keep them from hearing you, at least until it's too late. Now he's going to be hearing these footsteps from Stray Jack and Killinger.
In the north room of White Building.
And there's one South Valley. One South Valley.
Yeah, I mean, this is... look at it from the top here, and this is Theta all wrapped up with a bow. I mean, this is not where you want to be as a defender. Killinger manages to spot one as Potato Bot tries to help Theta out at a long range, and this is kind of what they want, right? I wonder if that's the play, is make this defender have all of his defender friends come looking for us, and then we just kill them, right? Keep him trapped. Killinger rushed in the corner. Finds Theta.
Okay.
What a
Huge.
fantastic
They have
push.
cleared up that hilltop. Paz is going to be challenging Wookie in the 2-story soon enough, as he does try and make his way around and clear it out. And they are going to be able to pinch very nicely onto this objective, because Paz is going to take that second floor position most likely, get up onto the third, have some good angles down into Deflate and James, and they are just going to be completely surrounded. This is not going to be an easy defense for Mayhem.
No, they don't have a lot to work with either. 3 left. Only 2 minutes, but they should know. Play beginners long enough. Minute 30 is when you got to expect the pressure to really start pouring in, and James will be the first one, I think, to have to deal with the brunt of it as I see Wood, Smoils, and Killinger close in.
Okay, it's down Falco.
I see Woods finding Wookie there, rotating to try to get Paz. Here comes the pressure from Killinger. It's a full-on trade with James. So that's just going to leave one defender defilate against the entirety of the beginners' offense.
This
minus
is a really
Killinger.
easy cap. This is a really easy cap. You have to be patient. You cannot kill Defilade, but it's so oh, there's a great nade. Defilade dodges it. They get the kill anyway from Strazjak, but I mean, they had options. Defilade had to cover that front of objective. They could have pushed in and gotten into that back bottom floor and then tucked into the corner, punching in code. Real easy, you know, enough suppressive fire, enough shots off, enough distraction. They had enough people to push in there, but you know, hey, when things are on the line, you go for the win.
Yeah, Mayhem doing a little bit less good of a job not peeking. I know Potato Bot really wanted to help Theta, who was just, like Noman said, just kind of served up on a platter for the beginners offense there. I mean, I was in kind of an overhead, almost a helicopter view of the position, and it honestly looked like I was watching a SWAT team bust into a house for a drug bust. Like, you saw the flashbang go in, you saw Stray Jack go by and just like strafe the door with some LNG fire. Then Killinger charges in, rushes right into the room, grabs the kill. You saw Stray Jack go in, hook the other direction, clear the rest of the building. And then, like, you know, like what you said, they had cleared that south side. It could then just kind of overwhelm the offense from both angles, and they did a really good job at using that. And another thing I want to point out that really caught my eye, and I've been noticing it, but I failed to mention it, is Smoils and Icy Woods doing a great job at using their LMGs for suppressive fire, but not just full-on, just a full automatic dumping for 2.5 minutes, not just burning through the box and then, you know, moving on. They're taking nice controlled bursts, 5 to 7 rounds apiece, just grrrr, grrrr, that's it. Not full automatic burst until the box is empty and your barrel's burning. So you got to make sure that you're using your equipment well, because even though you have 3 boxes of rounds, you can't just unload like that, because downfall will make you pay for it. You will run out of ammo, and you don't want to do that on downfall. You don't want to have to switch to your secondary or pick up a rifle off the ground from someone else and pick up some magazines in order to make your way to the objective, especially if time is on the line, which of course it is with these two teams matched up here on downfall. But yeah, Mayhem getting a little bit more, I don't want to say aggressive, but aggressive with the peeking, and beginners being able to take advantage of that. And I don't know.
In my opinion, and maybe check me on this. This is do or die. For Mayhem. This is Mayhem. If they don't, I'm not saying cap. I'm not saying if they don't put a point on the board,
anything. Right.
I think that's it. I don't think there's any way that they're coming back from a 3-0. No disrespect. I mean, there's a lot of our good caster friends are on that team, and they're all great players. But it's so much pressure, and in a championship situation, it becomes almost insurmountable. Do you guys feel the same way, or do you think there's a chance that Mayhem, if they don't win this next round, that they come back and take it?
I personally do feel like they are. If they don't get it here, they're probably done. And it's I don't want to say that it's probably for the best, but what they can do is then say, okay, let's not overexert ourselves here. We can make this up tomorrow. We can still secure 3rd place. We can still walk away with this season with a finalist trophy of some sort. You know what I mean? Like grabbing that 3rd place and still being a finalist competitor of season 10. There's still a lot on the line. There's still pride. There's still prizes. There's still title on the line here. So, if they lose this one and they don't feel like they have any hope of taking that next round, why not be smart about it? Why not conserve some of the energy for tomorrow? Because you're gonna have a tough matchup again tomorrow for the 3rd place placement if they're not able to do something here. So, do what you think is best for your team and for your overall placement in the series.
Yeah, it's so hard to uproot beginners. They are a team that's been around at this pace at this stage for so many times, so many different seasons. They very rarely don't advance to the finals. It would, if anything, be a bit of an upset in my opinion if Mayhem were able to take this from beginners. The fact they did so well on Subway was a testament to how good that Mayhem team is. They really do deserve that 2nd place NA position to be able to challenge beginners like that. I don't think things are done just yet. I've seen Mayhem cap on downfall. It's, now is the time. If you got anything in your back pocket, any sort of secrets, any little bit of extra information that you may have gleaned, now is the time to use it. There's no room for Mayhem to save any plays. They have to put everything on the table here and try and bounce back, because like you were saying, Noman, the beginners, when they have momentum, it's just nearly impossible to stop.
Well, thought they were going to take a time out there. I was asking, I was in the admin channels looking to see if they were trying to freeze out the beginners, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like they just had a minor technical hiccup, or somebody needed a drink of water or something. Hell, I need a drink of water at this stage. But they are underway, and we'll see if our weighty predictions will come true or not. Beginners looking to defend this helicopter bungalow objective, and Mayhem looking to put their first point on the board here in map 3. I mean, you want to talk about a testament to shaking it off. You know, Mayhem just scooped up 2 points in that last map to take the map, and for beginners to come out on downfall and answer back with 2 points of their own, you know, unfazed basically at this stage is quite impressive. You know, to shake off a map loss like that, and that is championship experience. You know, they've been here time and again.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder, like, how would things have been different this postseason if, for example, Global Chem were not taking a seat at the moment as things are situated within the game? Like, how would things change if that team were here in postseason? Because would beginners have been knocked out at this point? Would Mayhem have been knocked out? Would Aimless have been? I mean, any one of these teams could have been not here with any number of teams participating in the postseason or being active. So it's crazy.
It's man, yeah, it is.
South Brothel, I might be hanging out too.
It's interesting to think about in theory, Craft, what could have been if we had, if that team had been around, because they are, you know, worth talking about. They've been around in the VRML for 9 seasons. This is the first time they haven't been playing, so it's definitely a bit of a shakeup in things. And we talked about it in the pre-show. And I mean, you could play that what if game all day. I'm sure Mayhem have been playing that today. You know, what if I had gotten that kill and locked in this round? You got to focus on what's in front of you now, and it's definitely a task for Mayhem to do that. I think if Globo had been around, Mayhem and Globo would have quite a good rivalry. It would be fun to watch that series.
Absolutely, but here comes the pressure, and you know, we're chatting like old birds here.
Yeah,
but
sure.
You know, the problem is that Mayhem has been quiet, and again, with a team that's been running out of time on this map, I understand why, you know, it takes a long time to clear all these windows. I mean, goddamn, there's like 1,000 of them on this map. But you gotta apply pressure. You have to start making those moves early, because now they're down to 2 minutes. Yes, they've got 5 up, but so does the defense. Not a lot of positions have been identified anyway. You gotta start closing in, because we're 60 seconds and we're down to 60 seconds. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be no time left before they blink.
2 minutes now. It's still not a lot of time for where they are. They got to get through Paz and Smoils. Smoils is holding that very late angle. He's going to wait for that full cross. Then they have to deal with Woods and Killinger in that 2-story, and they're still really not in a position to be challenging this. They haven't gotten themselves up far enough. I think time's going to be a factor again.
Yeah, James, you know, again, the approach is great. It just, they should have been there earlier. Now, again, they don't know what we know. They can't see the highlights. They can't see player. You know, all they see is blank buildings at this point, empty windows. But, you know, that should give you some idea that they are tucked in. They are waiting for that late stage. And so you're going to have to apply pressure to get that defense to show itself. And they need the defense to show themselves, because it is, again, 60 seconds left now. I mean, in no time at all, a fantastic nade there will down the first Marsoc member. Theta going down, pressure coming from Potato Bot. Going to try and prevent that confirm, but with the amount of time left, there is not... I mean, the callouts are great, but there's not enough time to deal with this Defilade looking to try to get this pick. 45 seconds left for this Mayhem offense, as I see Woods does finally get that confirmation onto Theta. It's just going to leave 4 alive in the final 30 seconds.
James is here, but he hasn't pushed in. He's still got to challenge so many people. Woods taking shots, Potato Bot's still playing it safe, and now the full push is coming in from Mayhem. I don't know what their approach is going to be. I don't know if they're trying to distract everyone at the same time with this push, but the kills continue to favor beginners. Mayhem continue to be picked off one by one. James goes down as the last Mayhem push and beginners with 5 left alive secure round 3. It is not looking good for Mayhem. They have to climb a mountain to keep themselves in this and move on to the finals.
Yeah, they sure do. That was a tough round, and I mean, I think Noman, I think you both kind of broke it down as it was happening pretty well. Great positioning, great attack, but just have to be there sooner, and it is hard to know. Blank windows are some of the scariest things when you're in this game, because you know they're there. You know that they can see you, but they're just not letting you see them. Or, you know, you get those defenders who get cheeky and they put a tablet in a window to make it look like someone's there, and you take shots. Then they pop out from where they're actually hiding and shoot you. You know, so there's so many mind games that are being played, especially now that we're up into Season 10 and players have been going at it for almost 4 years now in the Onward Master League. So, you know, it's getting really intense, and the way people are trying to beat their opponents is getting very, very interesting. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure if Mayhem's going to have it now. We'll see if they've decided to conserve their strength for tomorrow at this point, but I don't think they will. I have a feeling they're going to go down fighting every round.
Again,
if I know those guys well enough, as well as I think I do, I think it's going to be a last man push to the end.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, you know, I'm calling it for beginners, but through no fault of Mayhem. You know, I do not envy their position in the slightest. I am so happy to be up in the box here, watching this match and not playing it, because the kind of challenge you get from playing beginners on any map, but Downfall in and of itself is. It could just be its own game. It could be like a DLC that beginners are just so good. You know, it is a scary and difficult game to play against them, and I do not fault them for running out. You know, I've run out of time plenty against them. So they've been playing fantastic, but their biggest enemy has rarely been the beginner's guns. It has been their usage of time so far. You know, they're coming down to those final 30 seconds and not really having a concerted push is what has sealed the deal so far. But hey, we have seen comebacks. I would never put it against any of these top teams in the semis to not be able to make a 4-3 sweep.
You know, I don't think anyone's giving up it right now in these semis, because there is, you know, a substantial amount of prizing for you to be competing for. Mayhem are looking at missing out on an extra 3,500 in cash in all of the prize. You know, all the haptic vests, the face covers. Like, they don't get any of that if they don't get this series win. So I think they're gonna try and bounce back. If they're going to, now is the time, right? You're gonna get this defensive round, stay tucked in, let beginners come to you, get one on the board, and then maybe try and surprise them again with a potential cap attempt. You're getting an objective shift. Maybe it's one that's easier to attack. Who knows?
Now, if you're gonna make a comparison here, it's so interesting to see the beginners be the pushy ones. You're seeing the beginners be the ones applying this pressure. I mean, Killinger is down here on the Helicopter 2 story, talking, shooting guns at 3 minutes. Do you know what I mean? Like, where even am I right now that I'm seeing an EU team play like this? And this is what Mayhem needed to do. If they'd have just put the pressure on like this early, kept the defense on their, like, there's nothing the defense can do, right? No one's gonna rush out. But here's Killinger. He's just trying to bully James and Potato Bot in this building, keep their attention, and that's gonna let other members of the offense do whatever they want. It's not gonna let James pop that window. It's not gonna let Potato Bot make aggressive peeks. You know, this is the kind of thing that I think Mayhem has been missing, and we'll see how it pans out here for beginners.
They've been doing this throughout this whole series. They've been getting right up next to their opponent. You know, they have been putting themselves in a space where both players know where they are, and then they've been saying, okay, now I'm going to beat you with tactics. I'm going to beat you with a rotation. I'm going to think better than you and win these rounds. They are taking that challenge head on and winning it nearly every time this series. It's honestly some of the best beginners I've seen. They are managing time so well. The suppressive fire plays are so unique, but perfect for the current meta, and honestly, I'm shocked nobody else does it to the extent that beginners do, because it has been working out for them nearly every time. Every time they're suppressing, they're getting a result from it.
Yeah, I see Woods keeping the pressure there on Wookie, but Defilade will land the headshot there. Oh, and the shots are coming out left and right. There it is. Mayhem coming alive in the 11th hour as a minute 20 ticks down, and now it's just 2 beginners left. And that has got to be... I can almost hear feel it on my face, the sigh of relief collectively from Mayhem to get that many picks at the end on this pivotal round. But they are not out yet. We know what beginners can do with 2 or 3 alive, so they have got to deal with this final 60 seconds here as Smoils tucks in inside of this.
There's a needle to be thread here. You know, if James goes down, Wookie is holding. He could be challenged by Stray Jack, and then Theta's really the only one there. I don't know. We'll see if beginners can negotiate this, but ultimately this is Mayhem round to lose. Or to win.
Well, both. Technically, both. Yeah, I think that Mayhem's got this relatively well in hand. The pressure there coming in from Wookie, or I'm sorry, from Stray Jack onto Wookie, will even out, and Defilade with the final pick gets Mayhem on the board here late in the series. But, you know, what better time than right at that exact moment to get a point. Sleepy, thoughts on that round?
Well, it proves that I wasn't wrong about Mayhem still fighting it out till the end of this thing. They did it quite well there. I think they're learning a little bit from those first couple of rounds and really not trying to show themselves that they don't have to. And when they did this time around, they did it in a big way. I think there was 3 or 4 kills that came out there at once. Coincidentally, you know, mostly because of how synchronized that beginner's attacking squad is, right? Like, they are in that sort of place where all of your defenders should see all of their attackers at the same time because they're striking and moving at the same time. So you really saw that kind of countered very well there by Mayhem, and so now they're gonna have to do it every single time from here until the end of this map, though. So hopefully they're looking and will have the opportunity to get a cap to make that a little bit easier for them, but it is a long road ahead still, and we are getting into the next round, so we'll throw it back over to you guys for the action, and I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, we are going to have no shortage of it as beginners on the defense looking to close the series against Mayhem. I mean, it's still a tie game.
Yeah,
you know, you wouldn't know it by looking at that board, but it's a tie game.
This objective, this spawn, this is it for Mayhem. If they want to try and put something together, I think this is going to be their best chance at getting a potential cap opportunity. I don't think they're going to get a better objective. I've seen them do it on this objective. It's very much possible. With this spawn, they can quickly take control of this east side. James can easily move in to 2-story, have some great angles down into that objective courtyard area. There's a lot to be earned here, and we'll see if Mayhem can do it. It's early shots coming out on that hilltop, and Mayhem trying to split 3-2.
Nothing. It's nothing. No, we're good.
You're just taking shots at phantoms there, Potato Bot. Putting shots down towards Ravine, but nothing there for him to actually hit. They are going to have to deal with Paz and Killinger more or less first. I see Woods going to also be a threat up on that Marsoc Hill. We'll see if they've learned their lesson. I mean, they've run out of time twice now, I think, basically. And we'll see. This is the time to learn the lesson, Mayhem. If you're going to learn it ever, there's the pressure from James onto Paz's position, keeping him tucked in. He did actually ID Paz, so that is shots coming out. As a result of spotting a member of the defense, now Paz kind of has to tuck himself in. Much pressure coming in from, and this is the play, right? This is the keep the pressure play, but there it is. I see Woods with the long range pick, taking James out, and he's going to be a threat. They need to deal with him. And Wookie and Theta right now, I feel like are lagging behind. They're not able to apply that pressure on the east.
They were doing a lot of deliberating over there on their end, trying to figure out how they wanted to advance. And what we're seeing here from beginners is a completely different defense than they've put up this entire series. They are playing aggressive on the hilltop. They're looking for early picks. They're exposing themselves to get these shots off. And it seems to be forcing Mayhem to play a lot more passive out the gate, which is perfect. It's exactly how they need to play this defense to force Mayhem, again, into a situation where time's an issue.
Yeah, you see now Mayhem giving up on that east and trying to push this through center. The defense is already adjusted for it. Smoils and Strayjack coming back to reinforce Paz and Killinger on this side. I mean, they're kind of just walking into each other headlong, you know, as one set adjusts, the other adjusts for them. It's as close to a back and forth, yeah.
It's just a very clean read from beginners. You know, they know what they're doing. They know they know what they're up against. Seemingly, they still haven't peaked up over that middle gap though, and this is to Mayhem's credit, this is the perfect approach. Exactly how you want to move through this defense. They're putting themselves in a position where Woods could swing, have great shots down from the hill, but he's a little concerned that they're going to push that side. Killinger finds one. Theta's here. Now the mid push is blown. Potato's going to try and utilize this chaos to make a move of his own.
Here's Icy Woods looking over the top. Did he spot? He didn't spot Theta yet. That would have been the pick there to shut down that center, but Theta's still here to apply pressure. Now Potato Bot, he's sweeping the wrong buildings. Now he's going to get taken out by Strayjack from the hills. Theta's pushing the corner on the inside here. Pause. He's on objective, and there's Strayjack on the coverage, and now it's just down to one left. The res available, but Wookie, the last man alive for his team, with the M203 not landing, is most likely going to seal the deal here for beginners. We'll see what he can do with about 80 seconds left on the clock.
Mayhem have been doing everything they can to battle out against beginners. Wookie's been bringing the M203, trying to catch people out, but it hasn't been effective. I think it's been probably a pretty big element to the lack of success from this Mayhem team, because he's not finding the picks that he's maybe used to. And now he's got to make this huge cross with Paz holding a standard angle. Potato's making callouts. They got angles down. Wookie's going for it. He gets to the wall. Minute left. Time becoming a factor.
He doesn't have the needle either because he was tagged there coming out the window, and now you've got lasers trained on him from two sides. 40 seconds left. Pause and Strayjack applying the pressure. Strayjack coming off that corner now, though. He is a little bit more open. There's just no hope in hell of getting to this objective. He has just got to start. He's just got to start going for those kills.
30 seconds left. Let's see what Wookie can do. Let's see if he can string this together. He's gonna maybe get this res. No, he's on objective. Pause challenged, and Strayjack swings up over the top, finds his kill. Beginners play a good, clean series and lock it up 4-1 with map 3.
Yeah, you gotta love hearing the good games and stuff at the end there. You know, the camaraderie is still there. Beautiful game. Sleepy, wrap us up here.
Well, it was a beautiful game. I'm glad it went to all three maps. I don't think, I think here in the postseason, we hate seeing anything shut out immediately, not having that full series play out. We didn't go to all 7 rounds and all the maps like we might have thought, but goodness, if they weren't all close. Mayhem did a great job here, but after having to play 2 maps already against beginners and fight it out so hard just to get that second map win, I could say that I'd probably be a little bit tired by the time we got to Downfall. And Downfall is a stamina test of its own. So
no kidding.
I mean, it's a great play of the day from them, but congratulations to beginners for a solid victory.
I do want to point out that we are nowhere near done with the day. If you're just seeing the end of this series, it's only halfway through the day. We still have ALG versus Boss Fight shortly after this. You're not going to want to go anywhere. You want to stay wherever you're at and make sure you catch that next series, because that one is going to be nuts. I can't believe if this one was this good, ALG versus Boss Fight is going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to take a brief break, but we are not going to be hopefully too long, so 10-15 minutes. Grab some popcorn, grab a drink. Bring your family over. This is the best Onward you're going to see at least until tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with Boss Fight versus ALG, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second match of the day. Boss Fight versus Aimless Gaming, semifinals of Season 10. Let's waste no time, boys. We got to get right down to the tax made of brass. What are the bands?
Coming in from we got the title. Coming in from ALG, we have a Downfall ban. Coming in from Boss Fight, we have a Cargo ban. You know, a little bit of the long, a little bit of the short, getting rid of the long range. ALG side makes sense. They definitely prefer that close quarters battling. They seem to excel in the short range. Whereas you definitely have some snipers on the side of Boss Fight. Viper, very clearly a very skilled long-range shooter. We've seen him devastate teams on Downfall. It's probably why ALG has gone with that ban, and Boss Fight obviously banning Cargo because ALG prefer that close quarters. They want to get that off the table, which leaves maps like Bazaar, Suburbia, Subway, Quarantine still left up, and our first map is going to be Bazaar.
Is indeed. Sleepy, thoughts on this first map here? I mean, yeah, you were talking a little bit about it before we went live. What are your thoughts on this match, on this map?
I like it. You know, coming from a longer series there between Mayhem and Beginners, and not to say that that's wrong. That's just what it is, right? It was a long series, each round going down to the wire. I mean, and they had to. Each team had to pick each other off one by one very methodically. But I'm hoping that a mix-up and a change over from the long-range stuff will help to give us a little bit more aggression, a little bit more high-energy play out the gate, or even from the start. Maybe even some short rounds. Like, I'd love to see like a quick spawn action into a fast cap in one of these rounds. I really want to see some of those really quick start and you blink and it's over rounds. Those are some of my favorite in Onward.
Yeah, it's definitely going. I think, you know, if we were to compare play styles and assume what we're going to see today, you would have said that that first series was going to go long. You know, it was going to have rounds that went consistently down to that last minute, and it did. Now here, ALG versus Boss Fight, I think we're going to get some faster rounds. I think the pace is going to be a little bit different, and you're going to see some differing play styles at the top. You know, it's what's been so exciting about this season, is that all of these teams have brought something unique, you know, are doing something a little bit different that makes them so successful. ALG has typically gone with those 5-man pushes. They invest their whole team into one side. But here today, it seems like they are going a little bit split out the gate.
Yeah, they've got the even spread favoring the northwest courtyard a little bit. The pressure coming out early, though, already, as John CZ will nab the Lonely Viper, pushing on that northern side of the Kaya, and that is going to be a big pick for Aimless here early in the series.
it's a big gamble, but it's a good spot. You know, if the spawn is the other spawn that's available, again, a reminder, there are multiple spawns for Marsoc, unknown which one it is to that of the defending team. I think Viper was hoping, you know, you could hear him with a little bit of a prayer, that the enemy team was spawning in that southeast spawn. Instead, they got the northeast. Down he goes, getting a little bit over aggressive. A huge kickoff for ALG. They can continue to just kind of charge forward here. Don't have to worry about any of that north coverage. You can really apply the pressure next up on a 35 and Scooby-Doo.
Now they've slowed up a little bit on the aimless side, trying to get the slow drop onto these northwest courtyard defenders. Captain Soda taking his time, going as quiet as possible, try to figure out what's going on with Scooby. Scooby just waiting for the audio cues.
Interesting nade toss. I think he was going for the pallet defense there, but no one there. It would have been a better invested nade, and if it were going into that corner where 35 is, and maybe that's where he was trying to get it, but couldn't quite toss it there. Like I've been saying, throwing nades is a physical act. You have to actually grab the nade, throw it like you would something in real life, and it comes down to a lot of practice to be able to throw those nades effectively and where you want them.
Scooby trying to... I think he feels like somebody's close, but he doesn't know for sure. He's looking up. But Soda here around in the corner should be seeing part of Scooby in just a second. Scooby not at all prepared. A nice quick pickup there for Captain Soda. We'll make it a 5v3. 35 with the flash coming out. Now Quick and John pushing on the north. Oh, and the team kill is going to be not what they want. That breakdown in communication.
John's not slowing up. He's continuing this push. He put suppressive rounds towards UC Death, and now he's here. The confirm from 35. Chaos ensues inside the mini courtyard.
Yeah, Virus and Nardu here now trying to deal with 35. Pin pulled on that frag. I mean, it's a basket. He made 2 points, but it's not where he wanted it. The response, frag doesn't find anything either. Now Nardu and Virus sort of backing off a little bit, waiting for the pressure to come in, and things have evened up a little bit now. Ooh, 35 looking. Is he going to catch this rotation? I don't think he spot. No, he didn't spot Nardu as he crossed. Nardu's looking for this res here on Quick. 35 could round this corner and find the pick. ALG, I'm sorry, John CZ finds UC Death in the north. That opens things up quite a bit. Now Nardu rushing the corner. It's a trade out with 35. And that's going to leave just one member of the boss fight defense remaining, and he's got to be rotating constantly to try and stop this cap. He rotates himself right into some bullets, and that first round goes the way of Aimless.
A bit of a cry of stress there from John. He was getting danger close to a cap, Sleepy.
Yeah, there was a lot of breakdown there in the boss fight defense, and you don't really expect to see it, but to be fair, I guess this is round 1 of this series, so not everyone might be coming in quite ready to go here. You saw the early pick on the Viper, which, as NightFiree mentioned, was a big grab early on for Aimless, and you know, it kind of just kept rolling from there. Some slight mistakes, others just unfortunate, you know, droppings of the way the cookie crumbled. You know, for example, Scooby comes to mind. You know, he knew Soda was there. He knew someone was there. He just really wasn't given any sort of audio cues to let him know that he had the advantage to kind of spring the ambush trap, and it ultimately got him picked off. And you know, a team kill, which we thought was abandoned, was later picked up to help Aimless. UC Death, I was actually watching that pick. I'm amazed that his shots didn't land, and John was able to grab that kill in reverse. But yeah, I mean, well executed there from Aimless. They're coming into this series strong. I'm expecting nothing less of them, as you know, I did pick them as my other contender for today's 2 top teams. And so far they're doing me proud in that sense, but a little awkward seeing boss fight coming out slipping like that.
You know, it's we talked about missed shots at the start of the series with Mayhem and Beginners, 2 teams that you would really not expect to be missing shots. But it seems to be a trend that's continuing here into this start of this series, where at least in these early rounds, the nerves are getting to some of these players. It seems, at least from the top down. seems like the nerves are starting maybe to settle in. That prizing, the reality of becoming a winner, of really locking in a good bit of, the prestige, everything so close, within reach. It's right there, and it can affect your shot. Your hand starts to jiggle from the nervous tension, and you can miss shots you would normally land.
Yeah, it has been almost like I hesitate to use the word, but a pandemic of sorts in terms of missing shots. I mean, it has been pretty consistent. The teams are just not lining up their scopes and not hitting their opening shots. But we'll see here. Ooh, my apologies, lasers. We're not on. I'm sure the Twitch chat was crucifying me over that. But here they are now. Captain Soda looking out towards Lego's position here. Thinking Lego might peek, and he does indeed, but the timing working in Lego's favor is going to get him across into this southwest courtyard.
Slowly inching themselves forward, Scooby and UC Death. Not going to find anything early. You do see sometimes defenders taking up positions at the windows so they can look out into this courtyard, and this is not the case here. You have no one setting up in this mini courtyard defensive spot. It's interesting. ALG really focusing on keeping their defense around objective and not investing in any early picks.
Yeah, we've seen the tucked in defense, and is that a factor because of the weight of the series, or
right.
I don't remember Aimless's defense quite that well for this objective, but I do remember them being a little bit more reserved when it came to defense in general.
Yeah. Yeah, it's what makes ALG a tough team. They got solid defensive tactics where they can hold and create that kill box, and at the same time when they're on offense can play it aggressive. It makes them hard to read sometimes because maybe you're anticipating that aggression on all rounds, but instead you only get it half the time.
Keeping your opponents on their toes like that is probably one of the biggest strategies in Onward, though, is switching it up, right? We've seen beginners do it. They go from slow to fast and fast to slow, and you never know what you're going to get, and that's one of the reasons they're so successful, is they've really dialed in both types of play.
Hooch stairs, Kebble red. Hooch stairs and Kebble red.
Scooby with the callouts there, IDing Captain Soda. The pressure coming in off those callouts backs him off the stairs. Is he gonna go for a second? Is he gonna go for another piece? He's gonna stay a little lower this time.
He's gonna toss the nade, but I think that should be his last hurrah. He's had a nade thrown at him. He's had shots put down range towards his location. I don't think peeking the stairs is an option anymore, and it's not. He rotates instead down to the lower floor. Continues to look and apply pressure, and we'll see if Death or Scooby ID that bit of movement from him.
I mean, there's all of boss fight in one shot, basically. I mean, they're all here ready to go. All five starting to close the gap. Interestingly, no one committed to the north. They're just letting that north defender there atrophy throughout the round, and Lonely Viper going to be the first one
Echo 4.
to grab a pick with that rifle of his. We know how dangerous it can be.
And he uses it on Bazaar. You know, and I think it's what catches teams out. They don't expect Viper to be able to peek a tiny crack, a tiny sliver, and catch you long range, because normally it's not possible unless you have that sort of crystal clear 12 times vision, which Viper brings to the table on even a map like Bazaar. So far, it's worked for them really well. One kill, and here comes the push from Boss Fight. 1:20 on the clock. Trade from, no, not a trade. Nardu finds the kill. UC Death does finally find him. There's the refrag. John. Actually, Lego with a bit of a team fire. The Chaos catching Boss Fight
he's still looking at
unready.
Yeah, he's still looking for it. He needs to refocus his shooting now. And now he's going to push John. Is John going to be ready for it? Oh, he is. An unbelievable pickup there by John. I didn't think he was going to be ready for that push at all. Here comes the push from Lonely Viper. He looks for one.
Huge.
Oh, what a rotation that was. And Lonely Viper now up with UC Death.
Perfect flash toss. UC Death's in here. C-Quick gets the kill. Boss Fight answer back a Marsoc round of their own. This is series number 2. Here we go.
Blow for blow, Sleepy. Walk us through it.
I mean, that was the kind of boss fight play that I'm wanting to see here, and what will continue us on the path to an excellent series. I mean, from the first pick from Viper to get everything kicked off there to all the trades and coordinated collapses on the side of the western side of the objective street, it worked out really well. Then the smart play from Viper to toss that flash down the hallway, rotate through to the garage entrance to get that pick. You know, that's the type of stuff that you see from the experience level that a player like Lonely Viper, who's been around since the start of this game and since the start of this league, will have. So textbook execution there. Realistically, I mean, some mistakes made, sure, but ultimately a cap opportunity there, but secured round nonetheless, and boss fight able to kind of make up for that squandered first round, and we'll have the opportunity to possibly take back that advantage here going into the next one. So I'm definitely happier to see you know, boss fight being able to start throwing some punches of their own, but we still got a lot more Onward left, and it's a close game so far, so hopefully they'll be able to hold that out, as Aimless Gaming don't look to let up anytime soon.
It has been quite a series already. We're 2 rounds in, and they're already just throwing deep punches at each other on these objectives. But now the objective has shifted. They have swapped back to their original side, so boss fight back on the defense here, and we'll see if this one works out a little bit better for them than their first outing.
Both sides. You know what?
Viper going to be able to bring the drone to the table here since he's got that sniper, so gonna want to watch how he sets that up. Curious to see what the ultimate defense looks like, considering ALG have the fast spawn on the west. They play very well as a 5-man push, and this could work out for them.
Yeah, they got to apply the pressure evenly, though, if they want to get evenly and quickly if they want to capitalize on the 5-man push, because it's all about overwhelming.
Little shot came out from the window. That is an indicator. That should be a lot of news for boss fight. Early shots from this side are impossible unless ALG have this spawn on this side of the map. Surprisingly enough, we don't see any heavy rotation on the defensive end there. They are still holding their ground over on the east because teams often do split. But if you've done your homework on ALG, you know it's not a common thing for them to separate their 5-man squad, and it's going to seem like it seems to me like they're setting up that 5-man press on this west side.
35 just keeping this tight angle into the courtyard here, and that's what Aimless is trying to avoid peeking into. They're putting pressure into this building, but if they're gonna try and challenge 35, they need to pop out into this courtyard, and I don't think anybody wants to do that right now. They've been pretty ardently avoiding fighting him in that particular corridor. So now it's gonna have to be this street cross, main street cross. And you see there, Captain Soda and Nardu both rotating back, and yeah, we're taking too much time. I mean, one grenade right now, you know what I mean? Always makes my heart go into my my throat seeing this many people stacked up on top of each other.
Here's the cross. Here's the push. They made it away. They made it across this southwest street. Legel, the first point defender here, going to run into them, and we'll see if he can scoop up any kills and prevent this initial push from coming in from Nardu.
Definitely hearing these comms. He's peeking this corner. All gonna come down to timing. Is he gonna peek it at the right time? Oh,
wow.
Just peeks it off time. Doesn't see Nardu here pushing out onto the street.
Mrs. Virus.
Yep, Mrs. Virus as well. He's gonna be hearing these footsteps though. They still haven't heard. Like, I mean, he is gonna be the one getting the drop on Virus here. Can he get two? No, Virus is the one who spots him out first.
Gets distracted by the comms from John because he does have a line of sight on him there. He did almost take shots onto him, but Virus pushed in, scoops up the kill early enough. Still, no rotation on this defense. Viper hasn't crashed. UC Death still on that far back southeast corner. This is a very weak on objective defense against this push. Down goes 35, and Scooby's the only one here.
See, quick
Viper tries to rotate. He gets picked up. What? I mean,
I mean, they are just getting absolutely overtaken. Scooby, though, finds one, gets the pressure on the back, going down to Nardu's shots, and Aimless scoop up their second Marsoc and the third Marsoc overall for this match.
Oh, boss fight, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me on this defense, man? I mean, NightFiree, you called it out the whole time. Why was there a lack of rotation towards the west? I mean, you didn't see any. There was no indication of any sort of movement in the east, and no one was even really watching the crossing on the street. I mean, yes, I know that can be a very dangerous game to try and watch it, but they were walked across that street essentially. Yeah. I mean, there were 3 or 4 open picks with little to no suppressive fire coming out, and I mean, that could have went very differently from the start with just a different defense there. And then the late rotation, you know, at first I thought, okay, NightFiree, you might be being a little too harsh. Keeping Viper out in the east might be a good idea. He can swing around behind once he knows someone's pushed in from that side. He can come in from behind him, right? Like, there is an opportunity for that to work. But ultimately, it ended up being just like a hurried rush towards the objective from both him and UC Death, from what I can tell. And they both got taken out for it, leaving Scooby to just fend for himself. In the situation he was in, I definitely don't expect that to have worked out for him.
No round 4 for us as a reset. Having to go out there for the Aimless Gaming side. Yeah, what I would have liked to have seen is Lonely Viper on the east with that, 12x, and then just looking all the way across the road to the west. How difficult would it be to spot him at that distance? Almost impossible. And still he'd be able to cover that cross in some sense, at least be able to do callouts, because they didn't even know how many were coming across the street. That, it's not even a question of whether or not they killed anybody. It's just that they didn't even know that they were all crashing that side.
So, and here's another factor to think about when it comes to boss fight. They're still missing one of their main starting roster players and one of their longest running members, Radar Head. A good companion runner to Viper, so they're comfortable running things together and communicating with each other very, very easily. He's also very good about keeping the team like on a level mindset. He's a very balanced individual, and I think he plays that kind of what do I want to call it? The rope-in role, where he kind of brings the team back in if they're starting to get a little tilted, or maybe they're starting to lash out at one another within the tent between rounds. Like, he's kind of that control, that level to everyone. And I think maybe his not being here could be getting the better of them. I don't know, just speculating, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, it has been a worry of mine, because that Radar Viper team, we've seen them do magical things together. In their march to the postseason, and with him missing, it could make all the difference.
Bit of trading in weaponry here. Scooby taking the pad, deploys the drone. Viper continues to move up. An interesting little swap there. If you didn't catch it, it's one of the values of VR. You can easily hand things off, utility, anything you want to your friend, and grab it with his hand. Sequix pushing in here. This is an incredibly aggressive defensive move.
He's just on the backside here, and he finds one.
Oh!
Scoops up another, and that's just going to leave him down. The callouts will come out. No one there to get that confirmation. Very unlikely to get that res, but a 2-for-1. And additional callouts to call out Scooby's position is going to be a pretty massive start here for Aimless's defensive round.
That's the kind of stuff you see in these semis, in these finals. The completely out of left field push there. That is such an aggressive move to make. Nobody ready for it. Finally, ALG does, Sequig, does bleed out. If you're not familiar, once you're downed, you can be resurrected unless the team confirms you. You have about 2 minutes for that to happen, and if that team doesn't get that res, you can bleed out.
So interestingly, he didn't bleed out. He actually chose, because you can choose to give up, right? You can wait for your team to pick you up, or you can bleed out. And what was interesting there is that he chose to give up, knowing he wasn't going to get rezzed, right? No defender's going to go out there in a championship game and try and scoop you up across that street. But he missed his chance to call out Scooby. He missed his chance to give his team some intel. Now Scooby, of course, fired a weapon, gave himself away, etc., etc. But it's one of those things that you kind of like, you have to think about it. Do you give up, like, just because you're down? You can give a lot of good intel to your team, even from a tucked-in spot on the map, and just an interesting note there.
Yeah, I guess I never even considered it, because why would anyone do that? Why would you not stay alive as long as possible as a recon drone, essentially, for your team? An odd choice, but maybe one he did make on accident. You know, we don't have all the info. We don't have that perspective. Lego taking shots on John here. John feeling a little suppressed. He's covering this street a bit too late as Lego's already made his cross. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you do have Scooby trying to make his rotation in from the east side.
Yeah, and again, I think he is literally the dark horse of this scenario. No one knows he's here. No one's looking for him. I think Captain Soda's the only one sort of looking, or Nardu, I guess, is the only one looking in sort of that direction. There, he's spotted by Scooby. Scooby's going to tap to take shots here. Knocks one out. That's going to leave him with 3 remaining. Now the defense will know he is coming from this position, but he's looking for Virus. I mean, Virus is pretty much dialed into this.
Yeah.
And there it is, sealing the deal. But, I mean, could have gone a completely different way had Lego just waited an extra 20, 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Aimless had that pretty well locked down. Lego was kind of stuck in a hard spot. John knew where he was, and after being rezzed, he, like you said, he was continuing the suppression there down the street towards Legel. Scooby was probably the best chance at helping remove the pressure off Legel. So yes, waiting probably would have been to his advantage, but you know, again, that battlefield knowledge isn't quite as good as the spectator knowledge, and
yeah,
he tried to make moves with what information he had, and it just wasn't good enough, unfortunately. He was stuck in a place that in this map, you know, you have very limited choices of exit routes if you get into an engagement while you're in transition. So you have to be careful about that when you're kind of finding your places to hold up for a moment or take a little bit of cover while you're moving. And you know, they ended up paying the price for it, but Aimless have just been playing a really solid, bizarre map here, and you can't take that away from them. The defense has been good, their offense has been solid, and right now they're poised to take this map on the next round, and that's just mind-blowing at this point.
The hype is real on the ALG side, and it's something that you can ride. You know, we talk about momentum and it being effective in terms of, you know, powering teams through to victories, but at the same time, you know, with a team that's maybe not experienced with that, dealing with so much adrenaline, it can backfire to some extent. Boss Fight are definitely a team, like beginners, that you cannot count out at any point. They can bounce back from deficits. They've done it multiple times. Live on cast, it's something that we've seen out of this team. So if ALG get a little overconfident here in these next few rounds, there is an opportunity for Boss Fight to climb back and get a few rounds on the table.
We're winning this map first.
Boss Fight there talking about it. We're going to win this map, they say. Well, you've got a bit of work ahead of you to do exactly that, but I am excited to watch them try as this 5th round gets underway. Now we've got a quick push by Aimless into Kaya. That is going to be quick spawn for Aimless. They're going to be right up in the grill of Boss Fight pretty early on, and this is, I mean, this is keeping Boss Fight on their toes. They've got good coverage. I'm worried. I'm worried if you look at the overhead map, those 2 Eastern defenders, because we've seen it time and again where they're forced to rotate from an aggressive play from the offense, and they don't make it in time. I'm worried, but we'll see how it shakes out here.
Yeah, it's not an easy. The objective's tough. There's differing opinions on what's best to defend, how you have to hold. if you can get control of the east on while you push, it's devastating. You have such fantastic angles down into the objective courtyard. It feels like something you have to prevent. To that point, you see Death's here doing that. He can actually, he's in a well, he can rotate, but it's a bit of an awkward one. I was gonna say if he was inside checking, holding a bit of a tighter angle, he still could have shots down into that courtyard, and he can still make that rotation. But he's definitely utilizing the darkness to his advantage here on this on that east defensive spot.
LG kind of slowed up here, still looking for any defender getting peaky, but Boss Fight being disciplined this time around, trying not to lose anybody early. That has been a problem for them, is losing one, you know, right off the bat. We saw Lonely Viper in round 1 just get picked off in the first 20-30 seconds. So I think they're starting to realize, hey, if we just keep 5 up, we're going to have a much easier time, which, you know, seems like a simple thing to say, but a very challenging thing to do. It really usually means adjusting your play styles and making sure you're more patient than normal, which for some players is more challenging than for others.
And let's draw attention to the flaming Molotov on Viper's chest. Some may think it's a safety hazard, and it can be, but it is being utilized by him as a bit of a last-minute defensive position. Since he's the objective defender, as soon as he hears the push coming in onto objective, he's going to probably swing and challenge. If he loses that challenge, his body drops to the floor, the lit Molotov breaks and deploys a AoE around him of fire, potentially catching the offender that killed him and preventing the push from coming through onto the objective. An interesting bit of utility.
First frag coming out onto the objective. Quick nabbing a pick onto Legel there in the blue room, and that's going to start this ALG offensive push. Captain Soda's already on the inside. John CZ pushing from this side. There's the confirmation from Quick. And there's already 2 in this courtyard here making their push. There goes Lonely Viper. The Molotov not going to work out. Scooby-Doo pushing the corner, and John there quick on the refrag will save things out just for a minute. But 35 and UC Death managing to nab their picks in the east. Definitely earning that east defensive position there, and just enough time to rotate back. The rest of the ALG offense not quite fast enough, but Virus does land a shot onto Death. He is saved by what seems to be a vest. He does manage to find the pick in the end, and now it's going to be a 35 dancing around with Virus. He tucks in. He's playing a bit of mind games there. Flash did not hit him, but he's trying to get 35 to peek him in the window. And there it is. He was going to have to do it at some point anyway, as the offense was closing in on 2 sides. And there it is, Aimless Gaming with a 4-1 on that first map. Sleepy, thoughts on that round/map?
A lot of build-up and a lot of anticipation to a mixed bag of chaos, but ultimately Aimless taking the map. I mean, I was worried there for a second when Scooby went down. He was the last defender on the objective. I thought immediately that Aimless would go straight in for a cap opportunity, but they held back, and that patience gave Boss Fight the opportunity to get back onto the objective. Yeah. As futile as that really was, because you know, Legel lost out, or UC Death, I can't recall which one it was there, lost out to Virus there in that trade, and then it was just kind of a baiting game. It was a 2v1. Eventually they were going to get I think it was John that was on the rotation, or no, sorry, Quick on the rotation down towards the south to approach in from the blue room. So eventually they would have had him in position. They had the time. They could have just waited and sandwiched him. Ultimately it was very well played. Aimless take the first map 4-1 pretty handedly. But Boss Fight, we all know Boss Fight, they're not going to give up without a fight, so I'm sure here in map 2 we'll be seeing them coming back swinging just as hard.
Yeah, Boss Fight not going to go down easy here. You know, again, a team that can bounce back, that can contest. We saw 4-2s get traded last series. You know, these teams are the top for a reason. They don't get beaten easily. They don't go down easily. Granted, ALG, they're playing really good right now. They looked clean. They looked on point. Their aggression's there. You know, looking at the predictions, beginners ALG. If you're looking forward a little bit, that could be an incredibly interesting. I mean, it could be an incredibly interesting finals, but we're not there yet. Boss Fights still have to battle this out. They get their map pick, if I'm not mistaken, coming up next, and so not a terrible surprise to see ALG taking their map choice. And now Boss Fight get a little bit of a rebuttal to themselves, and they're going to actually go Subway on that close quarters. An interesting decision.
Yeah, this is a, again, we talked about it all through the postseason. This is a map that we've started seeing so much in Season 10, right? It was not a popular map for quite a long time. I mean, originally it didn't have a lot of entry points, so it felt a little... sort of samey and bottleneck centric, and so people were kind of not excited to play it. Developers went through and added a whole mess of approaches to objectives. They added a whole new sub-basement set of tunnels. They added a new set of entryways. And then it took some time for players to get used to it. It took some time for strategies to start emerging, for people to start to learn how to play the map. And now in Season 10, Subway has really become, one of the go-to maps for teams. I mean, it's almost, Suburbia used to be what Subway is now, was kind of the go-to for a lot of teams. And, a lot of teams have really dialed in their style of play on it. And Boss Fight's definitely a team that is a threat here, but Aimless has looked good on it. They have looked really, really good on it throughout the season and in the postseason. So I honestly wouldn't be able to call this if I tried.
I'm really starting to think now with ALG's success in Season 10, if we're going to start to see maybe, more of these, I wouldn't say powerhouse teams form, but players that are skilled on individual teams trying to come together and pool their talents, into one space to create a fresh team. Because I feel like that's what ALG has here. They're not new players to the game. They have, Captain Soda on their squad. They got Seaquake. I mean, they have players that have been around in the community for a while. It's just that they are under a new branch. They're all playing together for the first time here this season, and it seems to be throwing teams off. I don't know if it's because they're bringing strategies that nobody's planned for. They have, nobody has any real concrete. I guess there's plenty of footage on them after Season 10, but it's curious because they seem to consistently catch teams off guard. I don't know if they're being, what is the word, underestimated, but it's whatever it is, ALG always consistently come to the playing field and play aggressive, play as a team, and do it well.
Yeah, they're always in refrag range, right? They're always they're playing quick. They pressure every player. I mean, they put the pressure on, whether it's with suppressing fire, whether it's rounding a corner quickly, whether it's committing two people against one person, whatever the situation is, it's all about pressure for them. And they win. They win off of that pressure more often than they lose. I don't
kind
know
of a Globochem vibe, I guess.
Yeah, it's got that same sort of like, they have the hunt mentality, I think, which really helps in this game, is to... I'm going to find this person and I'm going to kill them, and there's nothing anybody can do about it, and we're not doing anything else until they're dead. It's a tough mindset to get used to, but it is effective when you commit yourself that way to clearing an area or to dealing with the defender. So we'll see what happens. Round one now underway. Boss Fight on the offensive approach for the sub-basement. Oh, excuse me there. Sub-basement approach to the objective. We'll check in with... Oh, for crying out loud. There we go. I'm going to check in with John down here, who's going to be dealing with the bulk of the work. He's watching his friend's drone there. And there it is. Viper saying hello to the drone. They have now been identified. Drone just tucks in. Are they going to be ready for John? I mean, John is basically waiting. He's hearing all these comms.
Lego's holding not the right angle. It's going to come down to how quick he can snapshot to this other angle. As the nade comes in, oh, it's botched. Doesn't catch the right bounce off of the wall. Viper doesn't get affected. Lego dodges it. Viper continues to throw nades onto the corner, and now John's position well known. And he's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, Viper's gonna round the corner on him. Not gonna be easy to challenge that shield. He's running now. There it is, Viper calling it out as well. Oh, he does land a shot there. Yeah, it looks like John has to heal, and he runs himself right into the loving arms of 35. And that is the kind of pressure, you know, that we were just talking about, that Aimless has. And Boss Fight there displaying it for us in a wonderful way. Now Virus here primes a nade and just using that drone, just waiting. He's got that drone up on the tablet. We can't see it. It's locked to us. We're not allowed. But there is drone footage coming through that tablet right now. And that's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for this guy. Yeah.
Tucked it into the corner of the wall there. It's in a dark corner if you turn your flashlight off. No one's IDing this. Viper doesn't see it. Lego's going to push up eventually, and then the nade's going to come down this hallway. Virus actually tosses it. Viper's tucked in. The shield denies that from exploding. He didn't wait quite long enough. If Lego had been there, it could have been a potential frag.
Yeah, it was between these litter bins, so I don't think there was a lot of love that was going to happen there. But I mean, we have been focused on this tunnel for so long. Yeah. But this is where the bulk of this pressure has come from. Seaquick there, the first one to find any sort of damage outside of that basement area, as he knocks out one. Now 35 and UC Death here are going to be challenging Captain Soda on this stairwell, and they're kind of stuck here. They need to find a different way to come out of this tunnel, because they're not going to win this battle against Soda on these stairs.
Seaquick's also there on that upper floor, and he's trying to find an angle. Now he's out hunting for one. He may actually get a pretty nice shot if he rotates up into this catwalk, pushes over to the next set of stairs, and then has that line of sight right down onto UC Death and 35. They got to be careful about this.
Well, only Viper does. Got him. There it is. Catches the shot onto Virus. A man very deadly with that pistol. Meanwhile, Seaquick does scoop up 35 upstairs, leaving just UC Death on that approach on the southern stairs, and he's quick to make it down to these stairs. Now he's negated Seaquick's position. Seaquick is way off objective here.
There's only two here.
Yeah, this is a 3v2 right now with Seaquick a very long way from home if Soda and Nardu are not able to hold up their end of the defensive bargain.
He has to crash down. If he crashes down, he can actually be incredibly effective when it comes to this stairs.
There it is. There's the grenade. Finding Nardu. Now Lego getting traded out by Soda. Here comes Seaquick down the back stairs. We saw something similar to this in the round robin series. Now the res coming out from Lego, but Seaquick's coming down the stairs. UC Death hears the shots. Lego finds Captain Soda, and Seaquick's gonna run right to the bullets. No, Seaquick is able to find the pick, but there it is. Lego sealing the deal and getting Boss Fight on the board here in map 2. Holy cow, that last 20 seconds.
Really lucky. Viper was punching in code. If that kill happens and it favors ALG, Boss Fight have 2 because Viper's hidden.
That was wild. Sleepy, thoughts on that round?
Overall, a good round there from both sides if you really want to cut it down. A little weak there at the end. Seaquick's last minute kind of push around behind. I think he kind of got a little lucky there with the first pick on a UC Death. The fact that he and Legel had to trade out for the round win was a bit surprising to me, but hey, that's how it goes sometimes. You expect one to come out on top, and that's not the way she happens. But, you know, they were able to take down Soda as well on the other end, leaving Viper up. The round is theirs, and, you know, it's not easy to convert on Marsoc on Subway, so a good way for them to open this up. Now they go to defense, and, you know, anyone who watched Boss Fight over these last few weeks or has watched them over season 10 knows that they are no slouches here on Subway. And while we've seen here in this first round that Aimless aren't going to make it easy on them either, I'm expecting to see Boss Fight really coming back out here with the top score.
Seaquick there with 4 picks I mean, he was the only one getting kills on that subway round, and he was finding himself he was putting himself in the right position, right? We saw that same play. You know, now it starts to make sense. I go back through it in the semis. He did the same thing. He hung out and he waited and he waited and he waited because he knows the offense is going to have to sweep across that bottom subway. But this time, Boss Fight was ready for him. You know, they had, as soon as UC Death came up, he knew he had to have gun up on those stairs. It's cheeky. I mean, Aimless, they know what they're doing. You know, it seems sometimes like chaos, but C-Quick definitely, that's a play. Oh, it looks like, unfortunately, a round reset here. It's a little too early into our gameplay. Let's back into scoreboard. But yeah, you know, it's not happenstance, right? It's not chance. They are a championship level team. That is why they're here. But we'll see if Boss Fight, again, like you said, they are not unprepared for a subway play. You know, they're gonna have their own little tricks, and I'm curious to see what this defensive round looks like.
This brief round reset brought to you by HyperX. I am using the Cloud 2 wireless HyperX headset. You've been hearing it all day today. I also have on display the Quadcaster HyperX RGB mic. It's pretty rad with tap to mute functionality. I've got my colors customized for VRML. You tack this alongside the Assyrian RGB mount display, and your whole system is glowing and lighting up. It's definitely pretty rad, and it sounds pretty dang good.
Yeah, I've got the keyboard and the mouse as well. So I mean, we're decked out, and whoever comes out of this series is going to be playing for some pretty neat stuff. Pretty similar to that. So. I'm, you know, if I didn't already have some of it, I would be pretty jealous, but I'm only a little jealous that I'm just a caster for this series.
It's really nice hardware, you know, good solid stuff. But we got to focus on the game ahead of us, Noman. We're into round number 2. Nardu's charging in. A flash comes out. That's actually a good flash. Nardu's completely blind. Viper charges in, but the overwatch from John saves Nardu in a quick bit of play here from Boss Fight getting aggressive on defense.
So aggressive. As aggressive as it gets. 35 and ALG there getting into a scrap with Boss Fight taking the advantage back there a little bit, evening things out to a 4v4. That lonely Viper charge. I mean, you know, God bless him. When he feels that he's got it, he's got it. But at this stage, you should know that ALG rarely runs alone. You know, they've usually got 1 or 2 stacked. Yeah.
It's almost more likely you're going to run into 5 when you do.
That's so true. Here comes exactly what we're talking about. 3 coming around this corner. Scooby and UC Death both waiting in ambush. Are they going to deal with this? I mean, look at this. Right on the side, and Nardu ready for Scooby's push there. UC Death coming out to try to get that. The grenade does work to get rid of that shield.
Naded a couple of them. There's still a guy here.
They only got Lego left, though. Boss Fight has been scooped up and picked off, and now they're into the 1v3. UC Death is resable. He radios in a few bits of information to Lego. It gets confirmed. But now Lego has to sit here on objective, and this is something I talked about earlier. I gotta wonder if teams practice this, because it seems to be this is the 4th or 5th, like 3rd or 4th time we've seen a solo player here to defend an objective. I feel like it's something worth practicing.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of riding along in the first person here, so you can feel the panic. You can feel the, maybe it's not quite panic yet, but the sort of rush that you get. You have to be vigilant. You have to be rotating. You got to be moving. You got to be checking different angles. You can't really tuck in on this objective because, you know, at any moment, members of the offense could be pushing. But Aimless taking their time. You know, they're letting him sweat a little bit before they put any sort of actual pressure down onto the objective. And they got time. 2.5 minutes is no small amount of time.
Well, I think what this indicates to me is they don't have an accurate kill count. You know, it seems like they probably don't know how many you're down because, you know, if you're in a 1v3, you don't need to be too methodical on your approach through these spaces. You know, no one's here around the Coke machine or tucked in on the corner. You can kind of make assumptions, but doesn't seem to be the case. Lego finding a big pickup using that tar. Scoops up Soda, I think, who had the shield.
he's got one right around the corner. He pops the corner, doesn't find him. Oh no, I just went away to the wrong place. Oh.
Big flash. Big flash comes out there.
Oh, that camera bind was incorrect. I went back to that tunnel there. Luckily, we didn't miss much. But that flash, yeah, that probably saved his life. Here comes the return flash from Seaquick as he rounds the corner. Lego ready for him. The pressure coming out, and John scoops up that final kill. Does end up getting aimless the round, but, I mean, skin of their teeth. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Lego fought tooth and nail for that one. Sleepy, thoughts?
Lego for MVP? I don't know. I mean, it was some impressive play. It was a smart way to play this defense. He never really exposed himself past quarter wall downstairs, and then he used kind of the northern set of subway stairs to the main platform level as a sort of buffer area to take his shots and then kind of fall back, and it even kind of allude to the like he was leaving and rotating up instead of staying down on the defense, and maybe giving them that false sense of security to push out into the open, kind of like you saw him getting that pick there towards the end when he got picked up by John, or
Yeah.
I'm sorry, by John. I mean, an excellent effort, especially to have been in a 1v, what was that, a 1v3 or 1v4 scenario?
1v3, yeah.
From about the 3-minute mark, so to do that with that much time left on the board on this objective, especially where it's just so easy in that scenario for a team to break one or two off and attack you from 2-3 different sides and really just overwhelm you an easier way, and they chose to do it the harder way and still managed to squeak out the victory against Lego there. But he almost had it, just a millimeter to the left or right, I'm sure, and it could have been boss fight just as easily clinching that round.
Oh man, this series, a quick one like we anticipated, but a good back and forth, at least here on our second map. We'll see if ALG can continue their momentum, can continue to apply the pressure onto boss fight as they go on to this next defensive round. We could run into some very early engagements depending on how ALG set up on defense.
Yeah, we'll see if it's an aggressive one. I mean, we have seen a lot of flanks. Seaquick, definitely a flanking player, likes to apply the pressure from the offside, and you see him there breaking off to go down that corridor. And here we go with the boss fight pressure. Captain Soda, though, does spot Lego out, and that is going to be one down already for the boss fight players.
A bit of maybe a misstep there from the boss fight push. Viper was still back, and normally if you're going to make the advancement down this lane, you want to have your shield first. So it's the first thing that a Soda would peek and run into, and then you have over-the-shoulder shots ring down onto him. But instead they led with Lego, and they've been having a tough time rooting Captain Soda out of here. Soda is going to drop back and just let them sweat it. He's got plenty of time, 4 minutes left, and so he just needs to buy as much of it as he can and encourage boss fight to not push down this lane.
Yeah, he is just waiting for it. We got that nade in Lonely Viper's hand. He's got it primed and ready to go. There it is. You can see it there. He's holding on to it. He's actually got 2 frags. Grabbing one from the teammate, Captain Soda. Oh, and the Lonely Viper just turned to look at that exact moment. All timing right there. The frag dropping there would have confirmed him even if it was just a down. That's the danger of that. You see Death, however, does manage to scoop up Soda, and here comes Violet. Look at that quick rotation from Virus. It just almost immediate on that call out. Now he's gone. He can't get the res. He's back to defense. It's this level.
Flanker dead, flanker dead, flanker dead.
There it is. He does find John. Scooby finds John the flanker in the main platforms. But, we talk about it. Why are ALG so successful being a new team? I mean, it's that right there. The quick reactions, the correct rotations, IDing whether or not you can be helpful, and then going and doing it. They're a reactive team, but they're quick. And that is... that takes a lot of practice, a lot of skill, a lot of awareness to be able to do that, and good on them for showcasing it right there.
Into that 3-3 now. The series continues to stay close throughout each round. Quick tucked in, waiting for 35 to make his move. A pretty common nade spot, though, so he's got to be cautious of the nade coming down to him.
We have the corner.
It's all tension right here. You see Death rounds the corner with the shield. Quick does spot it. Doesn't take any shots, though, it looks like. He is just tucked in. Ambush spot. Now it's going to depend on whether or not boss fights ID'd him, because, yeah, that spot is good for nades. The flash will come out from Scooby on this corner.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
I think he flashed himself.
Oh, no.
He was running into the wall. He wanted to go into the alleyway. He definitely flashed himself and got scooped up by Quick.
It's these little mistakes that are costing him. It's these little things like that. I mean, it seems inconsequential, but just that one pick makes all the difference. 35, though, evening things out. Quick going down on that corner, and now it's a 2v2. We're just keeping it as even as possible, but they only got 1 minute and 20 left. And it's going to be a tough little area to penetrate with this defense.
Virus still holding this side of the map. I think he does need to shift. Maybe he's recognizing that too, as he does push out from his positioning here. Comes to reinforce, Nardu. And Nardu now trying to deal with the shield. Drops back, avoids the shots from Death. The nade comes in. It's a good toss. Gets blocked by the archway. What could have been a potential kill onto UC Death. Shut down by the map geography. And now we'll see how this shakes out. 47 on the clock.
She's going to be coming in. Nardu pulling back off that side. Virus applying the pressure. It's just going to come down to 35. Being able to pop up and over, but no, he's got Pat out. I think he was going to try and follow UC Death in, but that wasn't going to pan out for him no matter what happened in there. The shots rain down onto UC Death, and Aimless hold on to that defensive round to go up 2-1 in the series.
So for me, that was a round of offensive mistakes. I mean, small as they were enough to turn the tide of that battle pretty heavily there. I mean, the first one starting out, the offense wasn't ready for an aggressive defense, as we've seen a few times today. Not necessarily in this matchup, but earlier even between Mayhem and Beginners. When Mayhem brought a little bit of speed and aggression to it, Beginners weren't quite ready for it, and it worked out a little bit better for them. So we're seeing that. We saw that happen here, and that was, kind of the first mistake. The second was, it was just a timing mistake, and to call it even a mistake is borderline. When Viper turned to look somewhere, and that just happened to turn his body in game to give Captain Soda the spot where he can, shoot Viper. And get what should have ultimately been Viper's kill. I mean, in that scenario, had that situation not happened, all signs would have pointed to Viper being the one to kind of come out on top there. Then you of course have Scooby blinding himself, whether mistakenly or if he just happened to have gotten himself stuck by maneuvering onto a piece of the map geometry that just didn't allow him to get himself back off, and he was kind of stuck where he was. Maybe, who knows? And then the last thing I noticed was on the part of UC Death, and you'll see this happen quite often when someone who doesn't regularly run a shield or isn't comfortable running the shield in some cases isn't familiar with quite in the best effective way, because UC Death hugged that wall there by the objective very tight. So when 35 tried to follow that route with his tablet out, he had to go out a little bit further than UC Death, who was further along the pathway and less exposed, and thereby sticking himself out and exposing himself. Otherwise, that was a valid strategy that they were going to attempt, and I was hoping, pulling for it to work, but unfortunately, just small mistakes. But as Noman said in that round, those small mistakes can really add up, and they sure did.
Well, it's not round 5, it's round 4, if you're good with any kind of numbers, which I apparently am not. You get what you pay for when you wake up at 8 a.m. to cast this fine Onward action. What you get is the wrong round timer, and Lonely Viper picking up the first pick onto Virus here with this nice little aggressive stance on these south stairs. I like this. I like this kind of approach for the defense, locking them down.
No way, this is my stairs now, bitch.
A strange push from ALG. oftentimes you see at least a pressure coming in on one of these stairwells from the north or the south so that you can get control of it. Because right now, Viper is here, laser down the stairs. They had another one on the other side, laser down the stairs. No one's going to be pushing in or have success pushing in here. Maybe that's what ALG want, actually. You know, I think they could potentially create a gap in coverage by forcing these two to hold their north and south. And you can see Soda is working his way up from the underground up these stairs where he can pop out and be a threat to Lego.
You see Death coming into Seaquick here, and they're trading shots. You see Death does get caught out a little bit, but Seaquick is gone. He is out of that tunnel, not gonna challenge that defensive advantage again. Challenging the high ground is pretty difficult unless you've got your gun up on it already, and you see Death lucking out there, not getting picked off, because that could have really opened up this inside. I mean, just 35 basically with you know, support from Lonely Viper having to rotate off those south stairs. But now they've reinforced. Now there's 2 of them. They're multiplying. All quiet here as Aimless works with 4. The Viper now just tucked in, waiting for anybody to push through, but the only person who's really gotten behind the lines here is Soda, who I think is kind of in disbelief that he's just walking down the center of this corridor without a single defender.
He could be... I talk about the threading the needle. This could be it. If Lego doesn't hold and he gets caught out, it's going to be trouble. But I think Lego has a drone here. He's got a nade in hand. He's got his tablet out. He's very clearly watching. He's got to be seeing Soda. I don't know where the drone location is. I can root around for it, but he's got to have vision.
I see it. It's right around. Yeah. He's literally staring from the other corner right at Soda. And there's the grenade perfectly primed. That is a fantastic usage of the drone. That is something, you know, mark your calendars. Season 11, the season of the drone. It's happening.
You're right.
Crazy wild callouts from ALG. You can tell that they're feeling the pressure. At least they're very hyped about this series. Seaquick belting out to his team, and he's got one. Nardu swings, finds one. 35 goes down. Boss fight getting picked off like flies. Lego and Scooby swing wide, catches one. Could have had 2. Now these 2 continue their push. They get the kill. And in the chaos, Nardu stays alive. ALG push their lead 3-1.
The end of that round was pretty sloppy in this analyst's opinion there. Boss fight getting way too antsy on that corner. Why? I mean, I know they felt like they had the edge there and that they could kind of fall in on it and get the advantage and take the round, but that's exactly why you need to just kind of stick to the plan in these cases. You're behind on the score and you just walked it in there for Aimless. You chased them in. And just like in most cases where you're chasing down your prey or your target, they have an opportunity to get the drop on you. They can, if you break line of sight with them, they can find a way to set you up to where you come around a corner and it's you that ends up being the prey instead of them. So you saw them chase after it really hard there, and you heard ALG giving some really tricky callouts. You know, you heard them saying, "I'm healing, I'm healing." He wasn't healing. He was ready on the corner, but it did draw out the defender. The defender came out to try and get the quote-unquote easy pick, and it led to a trade, and then just another defender gone, and then it just kept unfolding and unraveling from there. So what started out well with aggression could have used a little bit of reserve there at the end. But, I mean, still a good round there. Aimless taking it fairly well, keeping 3 up. 1 up by the time all the chaos was over at the end of it, but yeah, I mean, a solid round nonetheless, and nothing less than to be expected here for what we're seeing in semis.
I mean, you know, these rounds are not equating to the score, right? They are staying so close together until those final seconds of each round. It is 3-3, 2-2, you know, whatever, close rounds. And it's just ALG coming out on top. Oh, for crying out loud! Again, the wrong round. It is round 5, not rounds. Just subtract a round from every round you see on the screen, and you'll know what round we're in. But
you're getting too hyped up for the rounds to come.
I know. I want to see round 6 already. But I think you know, Boss Fight is just forgetting that Aimless is a refrag team. They know how to refrag. You have to be aware that there will be more than one around every corner.
Oh
Here
no!
comes the second grenade. There it is. That's gonna deal the damage they need to those defenders in the south, and that is, I'm sorry, in the north, and then Boss Fight now has a bit of an easy march to the top of these stairs. Just Captain Soda with the callouts. Lego, meanwhile, catching Virus all the way down in the south there. A really nice job. Nice little quick pick by him. And
Flanker. Deal with it.
It's akin to the push that we saw from, I believe it was Mayhem on this objective, where they pushed quick on this corner. They got some nades, and then they sent one very fast around the south. To be there in the case that these two die on the corner like they have, it's going to force the rotation from the defense. He gets that rotation, a nice refrag from John. Like we were saying, ALG always has one ready to pick up that kill again, and they managed to keep it a little close. It's going to be a 4v2. Soda essentially a drone right now.
Yeah, he is just going to be good for the callouts, which is, well, there it is.
Yeah.
No need to even worry about it. The Lonely Viper's got you in spell. Let's take a look at that nice little replay as we talk about what Soda's going to be. Now we can talk about what he isn't, which is alive.
Couple of great nades, good flashes. I mean, just really good tosses here down to this corner. These are not easy nades to make. You have to throw it perfectly over the edge and then not throw it too far so that it goes out of bounds. You have to bounce it off of that wall, and all of the nades they threw here onto this corner were perfect.
Go, 178.
Friendly.
Now they're stacking up the 4 here, top of the stairs. Boss Fight talking about, they gotta clear the soda machine. And that they do, as Nardu is tucked in the back there. It's gonna be Lonely Viper dealing with this first. The shots will be coming out there. They've pressured him out into the back. Let's see how ALG opt to deal with this defensively. He's applying the pressure on the corner.
They're running the back up.
It's all tension here. 2 minutes left. Can Boss Fight make it down these stairs?
Shield coming.
It certainly seems like they got this one. You know, they have 4 alive. They got the Overwatch. They got the suppression. They know where Nardu is. They know where John is. Probably have an accurate kill count. I gotta wonder if they're thinking a cap here.
There's one pick right there. You see Death finding one, but John swings wide, finds 2, but it's not enough, as there is plenty in reserve to deal with that situation. And Boss Fight go up to start catching up a little bit. Sleepy, based on that round, you think we've seen a comeback here?
Well, this shows me that they're definitely not out of this thing yet.
No.
The grenades at the start of that round were beautiful. I was sitting here kind of at the analyst desk at that afterwards, you know, just waiting for them to just push forward. I know they were expecting some sort of a counter attack, a strike back against them after the first initial volley of grenades, but you know, after 30 seconds, 45 seconds of nothing, and you know, and you can hear, you know, Soda giving those call-outs, you just start to wonder, how long are they just going to let Soda keep feeding info? And you know, eventually that follow-up grenade did come in, and Soda was taken out. He was silenced, and they continued to push, but a lot of hesitancy, a lot of waiting and patience, and arguably too much in some cases. I think they could have honestly had a better opportunity for a cap had they went off of that those initial two picks and really pushed after it and went in and got it. But you know, they still got the point. They're keeping themselves alive. They're back on defense with an opportunity to tie up the map here. So statistically, they are in a good position to keep themselves in this, take us to the map 3 decider for this series, and we keep the trend going from earlier today.
Yeah, this could be Boss Fight gathering themselves a little bit. They had a very rough start to this series. A 4-1 loss on map 1, not easy pill to swallow, and they were heading quickly in that direction here on map 2. I think that's a pretty big round for them to lock in, and now this is really where, you know, the pressure is on. Boss Fight obviously have to secure 2 to continue the lifespan of their their season 10 to go on to the finals. Otherwise, they're going to be competing for 3rd place tomorrow, and there's a lot on the line, like we've talked about. So we'll see what ALG do, because it is not the normal North push.
No, we've had the camera set up here, expecting them to come charging down, but I mean, here's all your equipment, all of it. Boss Fight wants all of it out of their inventories. They want to be light. They want to be nimble. The grenades keep coming out. There is literally nobody watching the South, and that is where Aimless is coming from. This is the problem when you overcommit to these defensive positions. You really need a fallback. You need a backup plan, and it is so difficult to defend the South from inside of that north hallway. It is almost impossible in some cases, because there are so many places for the offense to tuck in and punch in the code without you seeing it, while the rest of their offense is applying pressure. The only reason to do the thing Boss Fight just did and push those stairs is to flank, is to send somebody all the way around, and I don't see them doing that. John's kind of there waiting for that specific scenario.
I'm on the hunt for any drone deployment here, because I gotta assume they got at least a drone to watch this entryway that ALG are coming in from.
It's gonna be a top push, unfortunately.
I haven't seen anybody looking at a drone. Maybe UC Depth is looking at it. Is he looking
Right.
at a drone? He is looking at it.
I think Scooby has the drone tablet. Could be wrong.
Oh, yes, he does indeed. He does indeed.
But I've searched, and I couldn't find anything, at least immediately, in the front of that entryway or anything. Maybe they invested it in one of these, you know, if you drop it down into a railway, you definitely are going to make it impossible to see with that dark color grading on that track. And so there's definitely other options where it's going to be incredibly hard to spot. So I am curious where they could have potentially put it. But it's going to be near impossible to find for us. That means it's going to be near impossible for Marsoc to find it. So if anything, it's just going to be information gathered for Boss Fight.
Yeah, they are fully committed to staying tucked in here. And again, you know, Legoland Lonely Viper there, I don't know that you need to be stacked. I mean, especially with the fact that one grenade is all you need to take out both of you. To have 2 people stacked up like this is so dangerous, and to have nobody watching the South, to me, just, you know, as much as we say, like, oh, very far off objective and rotation, having that South committed, we've already seen today how impactful that can be. A nice little heads-up grenade there from Scooby. He's got to be using that drone to ID set his position. That's
he knows.
It's got to be out here somewhere.
He's been calling Soda out to a T. He knows right where he is. The nade toss there on the corner to try and shut him down.
I found it. There it is. Under the pillar. I knew I'd find it eventually while trying to accurately cast the rest of the match. But, I mean, they know where this is coming from. That's why they haven't committed to the South. Now I have to take back my whole spiel about nobody watching the South. They are only watching the South via Scooby, but here's the problem. Yes, you can use your drone. Look at this. Look at this. It's a shooting gallery for Marsoc. Here comes Scooby. Pushes out wide on 1. Only manages to trade out with a second. And now Lego's the last one left. He finds Nardu with the pressure coming from the top. John will lock it in. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. ALG will take the series here on map 2. John CZ with 10 kills. Holy cow.
Wow. Yeah, he has been a key element in this series today. I think he did pretty well on map 1 as well. But, I mean, that's the series. That's it. We don't play out that 3rd map. ALG is moving on. They are going to be facing off against beginners in tomorrow's finals. That matchup is going to be wild. On top of that, we have Mayhem and Boss Fight just before. Tomorrow's just going to be fantastic games to watch, if today wasn't any indicator.
Yeah. Sleepy, final thoughts on the series at large? Both of these matchups. Any final thoughts?
I mean, disappointed that we didn't get to go to that series decider on 3. But other than that, completely satisfied with the caliber of gameplay that we got today. Happy that so many of you came out to join us today on all the various channels, whether you be here with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, in your headset, on venues, which hopefully you had plugged in today. We didn't mention that as much as we have in the past, but we sure as heck should have, because today was a long one, and tomorrow will probably be much of the same. But thank you to everyone out there. Of course, thanks to our sponsors and those who stick with us. And I mean, just some great matchups. I'm not disappointed. I was half right in who would be coming out on top today, so I'll take that kernel of justice home with me. But otherwise, I'm just really satisfied with today's gameplay.
NightFiree, anything from you before I sign us off for the day and give us a little bit of rest?
I'm happy with my predictions, accurate out of the semis. Tomorrow is a different day, a different story. We'll see if I can get it right. A shout out to all the sponsors. Sleepy said it, Pro2 VR, VR Cover, B Haptics, HyperX, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, Arma, VRWare, and Asteria. And we talked about it in the pre-show. They all come together to offer prizing for these finalists to compete for. It is an awesome contribution from them, and we greatly appreciate their sponsorship.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to thank, again, all the viewers for coming and tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the show that we've got on for you today. We hope to have another, as good or if not better show for you tomorrow. So hopefully you guys all tune in. To those who have played today, what a fantastic series across the board. Super entertaining to watch. Some of the best Onward, as you would expect for end of the season stuff from these teams. So congrats again to Beginners and ALG for advancing on to the finals. But with that, we're going to sign off for the day. My name is Noman with a 4. I've been joined by NightFiree here on the analyst desk, as well as Sleepy with 2 3s joining us by voice. We thank you so very, very much. And until tomorrow, have a great rest of your afternoon.